in 10. Good evening and welcome to the regular Paso Robles City Council meeting for Tuesday, December the 15th. Before I begin the meeting, I will read the following. In compliance with the state and county shelter-at-home orders and as allowed by the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which allows for a deviation of teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. Rather than attending in person, the resident should call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via telephone. The phone line will be open just prior to the start of the closed session meeting and again prior to the start of the regular meeting. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City Council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting and also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. And with that, I will call our Paso Robles City Council meeting to order. I will invite all of us to mute our microphones with the exception of Councilwoman Garcia, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, sir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. For our invocation tonight, we have Pastor Pat Sheehan. Pastor Sheehan, are you with us?
Dear Heavenly Father, as we prepare for this blessed Christmas season and bring to remembrance the gift of your Son, we ask your blessing upon Mayor Martin and the City Council. May you keep them in health and bless them with wisdom and understanding for every decision. Father, watch over and be with our law enforcement officers and emergency services personnel who bravely protect and serve. Bless Chief Lewis and Chief Stornetta with the grace they need to lead their agencies. And Father, we ask for your peace and goodwill that was promised through the angel given to the shepherds. Thank you for your blessings upon our city, and it is in your precious name that we pray. Amen.
Thank you for that, Pastor. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Hammond.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Martin.
And I am present. At this time, could we please have staff introductions?
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Christopher Aleckel, Interim Public Works Director. And with me tonight is Capital Projects Engineer Ditas Esperanza.
Julie Dolan, Community Services Director, joined by Frida Berman, Maintenance Superintendent.
Ty Lewis, Police Chief. Along with me tonight is Commander Caleb Davis.
Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief. With me tonight is Fire Marshal Randy Harris.
Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services.
Sarah Johnson-Rios, Assistant City Manager, joined by Melissa Martin, City Clerk, Dave McHugh, IT Manager, Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager, and Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator.
Kimberly Hood, Interim City Attorney.
Tom Frucci, City Manager.
Thank you very much. Prior to the open session, we had a published closed session of the Paso Robles City Council. At this time, I'll ask the City Attorney if there was any reportable action from that meeting.
The council convened in closed session on 2 items. The first was regarding public employment of the city manager position, and the second concerned real property negotiations for the property identified on the agenda. Council provided direction, but there was no reportable action.
Thank you very much. We proceed now with our agenda for the evening. Under presentations, item number 1 is our COVID-19 community update. Mr. Stornetta.
Good evening, Mayor Martin, members of the council, Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief. If we could go to slide 3, please. Next slide. One more. Thank you, Warren. The state now has over 1,600,000 positive cases, which is an increase of approximately 405,000 cases since my last report to council. The previous largest state increase reported to you in a 2-week period was 174,000 cases. We have more than doubled that these past 2 weeks. Total fatalities in the state have risen to 21,188. This is an increase of 2,047 new deaths since my last report. The largest prior 2-week death rate was 842. Next slide, please. As of this morning, the county has 7,895 total cases, including 259 new cases over the weekend. 91 of those cases over the weekend were in the Paso Robles zip code. Today alone, we had an increase of 184 new cases. 38 of those were in the Paso Robles zip code. This brings the total number of active cases to 1,408 with a positivity rating of 13%. Both of these metrics are at an all-time high. The number of Paso Robles zip code cases has increased by 334 new cases since our last report. In the last 24 hours, there were 6 additional deaths, bringing the total to 52. Next slide, please. This graph illustrates a significant increase in hospitalizations throughout the state. This week, San Luis Obispo County saw the highest number of hospitalized patients to date, with 29 hospitalized and 8 of those in the ICU. Only 23 ICU beds remain available in the county right now. It's critical that we have and maintain available ICU beds for other medical patients, to include our heart attack victims, our stroke patients, and our vehicle accident patients. If our ICU beds fill up, sending our patients elsewhere may not be an option. All of our neighboring county hospitals are at or near capacity. The San Joaquin area has 0% ICU capacity. The southern region, which we are a part of, currently has a 1.7% ICU capacity. To put this into perspective, LA County has less than 56 total ICU beds available. That's 56 ICU beds available for a population of over 10 million. I know that a lot of discussion has been taking place about us moving into a Central Coast region to include Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. As of this morning, Ventura County's ICU capacity is below that of the southern region. Today, Ventura County's ICU capacity is at 1.4%, and I anticipate this capacity will continue to decline. Next slide, please. The county has announced last week a 10-day quarantine option. If you do not experience symptoms and do not live or work in high-risk settings, such as a skilled nursing facility, you may discontinue quarantine after day 10 from the date of last exposure. If you accept this option, you must rigorously adhere to COVID-19 precautions, including wearing a mask and maintaining at least 6 feet of distance from others, avoiding gatherings, and avoiding contact with high-risk individuals. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates those businesses that must remain closed and restrictions on those businesses that can stay open. The state and county guidance can also be found on readyslow.org for additional information and clarification on these county guidelines. Next slide, please. Last week, the county provided clarification on outdoor dining because state guidance was unclear. The county has decided to allow people to consume takeout meals outdoors with outdoor seating. No table service is allowed. You should not gather with those outside your household, maintain 6 feet social distancing, and the restaurants are required to sanitize after each use. This slide provides clarification on businesses with limited services and additional clarification on youth sports, drive-through events, and food distribution. Drive-through events are not risky in and of themselves, but the state wants people to stay home if at all possible and avoid gatherings of any kind, indoors or out. Next slide, please. Local hospital workers, EMTs, paramedics, and long-term care facility residents and staff will be among the first to receive a COVID-19 vaccination in a matter of days. Due to limited supplies, the county is taking a phased approach to vaccine distribution over the coming weeks and months. San Luis Obispo County Public Health is creating a local stakeholders group to help with distribution logistics when the vaccines become available to the general public, likely sometime next summer, according to Dr. Bordenstein. Next slide, please. 838 new cases occurred in just the past week alone in San Luis Obispo County, and our county hospital presidents are saying that they are feeling an impending doom at this point. There are currently 20 different facilities in the county with severe outbreaks. 3 of these facilities are fire stations. In November, 8% of our fire department responses in Paso Robles were for COVID-related patients. In the first 2 weeks of this month, that has increased to 14%. Both our police and fire departments are struggling to maintain staffing due to the pandemic, and unfortunately, we cannot rely on mutual aid for assistance because our allied public safety partners are having the same staffing struggles. 56 of our 200 city employees have been impacted by COVID-19. That's almost 30% of our entire city staff. I'm asking the community for your help. We need you to help us so we can help you. Please wear your mask when out in public. Please maintain 6 feet social distancing, and please do not gather with those outside of your household. We need to do everything we can to ensure our essential services are not interrupted. That includes my part of the presentation. I turn it over to Ms. Johnson Rios, our Assistant City Manager.
Thank you, Chief Stornetta. So there are 2 other COVID-related items on your agenda tonight where we'll have the opportunity to discuss the city response in more detail. So these are just a few brief informational updates. As a reminder for anyone who may not have heard about this yet, there are a number of state programs providing small business relief, including grant funds as well as tax deferrals. All of that information is available at covid.ca.gov. And for more information on local economic recovery efforts, please stay tuned for item number 14 on tonight's agenda. Next slide, please. We know that more Paso Robles residents are experiencing food insecurity. This week, there has been some interruption in the school's ability to distribute food as well. And so we want to remind residents that potentially this week and certainly during the 3-week winter break that the schools have, there are a number of other food resources that are available in Paso Robles and in nearby communities. And so that information is on the city's website at prcity.com. So please take advantage of that. We know also that the SLO County Food Bank is feeding 74,000 people monthly and encourage people who are able to donate to that organization as well. As a reminder, the state's website as well as the city's website have a lot of information about a number of different types of residential assistance. Next slide, please. Some of the ways that we're continuing to creatively provide service to the community in safe ways. Recently, the recreation staff has been instrumental in putting on Thanksgiving for Paso, which was transformed into a drive-through event. Volunteers were able to use facilities at Centennial Park to prepare and package meals, and close to 1,600 meals were distributed this year from drive-through pickup and delivery to those that weren't able to make it out. On Saturday, December 5th, just before the state's shelter-at-home order went into effect, Recreation and Police Department staff hosted the Super Stocking drive-through giveaway in the parking lot at Centennial Park and gave out stockings, craft kits, and recess kits to over 500 kids in a safe and socially distant way. Next slide, please. In November, a small group of city officials and community members celebrated the opening of the new upper playground at Barney Schwartz Park. And playgrounds are allowed to be open, so everyone is encouraged to use them with all of the social distancing and sanitation precautions. But this playground was a project that was made entirely possible by the Dale Schwartz Memorial Endowment Fund managed by the Rec Foundation. The new playground is the first 2-story play structure in Paso Robles and features multiple slides, shared play areas, and a spinner and swings. So wanted to let folks know that even though we didn't have as large of a grand opening as we could have had otherwise, that park is open and available for use. And finally, Santa's elves have delivered a special mailbox to Centennial Park for kids to send their letters to Santa and pose for a photo outside. This is outside of the main lobby at Centennial Park. and letters can be dropped off Monday through Thursday from 11 to 5. Anyone who does so during those hours before December 17th will receive a holiday treat bag. Next slide, please. And I know we've had some questions about how the city is communicating with residents about COVID-19 and with local businesses as well. So if anyone's interested, I do have some stats for you tonight on reminders on how to sign up and information on who's hearing from us. You can follow us on social media. The city is followed by over 11,000 followers across various accounts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can join Nextdoor if you live locally. There were 18,000 impressions from the city account last month. Our COVID webpage on the city's website has been receiving over 8,300 hits per month recently. There are just over 1,000 subscribers to the city's COVID-19 email update list, which goes out roughly weekly. And then we have the city's newsletter as well, in addition to press releases and a lot of phone calls. So we are still, providing services virtually. If you do have any questions that aren't answered on any of those written sources, please call the city. And sometimes we're taking as many as 50 calls related to COVID in a week in the city manager's office. So please reach out if you have any questions. Next slide, please. Paso's testing site remains open for appointments from Tuesday through Saturday every week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. It is free, and health officials are encouraging anyone who has symptoms or thinks they may have been exposed to COVID to get tested. As always, please follow the guidelines above to help slow the spread. This is really important given the spread that we're seeing, as Chief Stornetta just described. So that concludes tonight's presentation. Chief Stornetta and I are available for any questions.
Thank you. This is a presentation item. No action is required. Council comments, Mr. Hammond?
Maybe Jonathan, when we have a case, you call it a case, a COVID case, does that mean positivity or just that they think they may have it?
So they're showing all the symptoms of COVID is those calls come in as, and we're not allowed to see what the testing results are of them. So they meet criteria for they're symptomatic for COVID.
So they're not really positive, but they meet symptomatic symptoms or signs and symptoms of what it could be.
That is correct. And I should just add, too, that the county is yet to see their first flu case this year. So being fever, chills, sore throat, runny nose, we have seen a lot of COVID-related patients out there.
That was I heard this earlier, too, in the week, that no flu recordings yet, although we should have many. And so my question is, are they basically counting flu symptoms as a COVID symptom?
The one thing that's different this year than we've seen, especially last year, is we haven't seen the weather that's associated with the flu. So it's been very dry, it's been warm. We haven't seen the rain, the moisture that would indicate that a flu is more prevalent in those type of situations.
Yeah, hard to tell, obviously, but I got to tell you, Jonathan, I don't really trust all the numbers that I'm seeing, truly, but it's hard to know. It's hard to put faith in anything right now, government related, with respect to this COVID. So anyway, that's all I had. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll just follow up, just add real quick, Mr. Hammond, is I can tell you that we are seeing it in our staff, and we're losing staff. So we're begging people, please believe the numbers. We're having a hard time staffing the fire engines. There's other departments that have lost 35% of their staffing already. There's 3 fire stations that are down. So it's real, it's happening.
So are you saying it your staff in the fire department or staff in the city level?
Both. We're being impacted in the fire department with COVID positive patients, the police department, COVID positive patients, and the city staff.
And how soon are we going to be getting, I think you mentioned it, but I don't remember, as far as our folks getting the vaccination?
So our EMTs and paramedics were trained yesterday, and we anticipate to start administering the vaccination on Friday. That'll be just to the EMTs and paramedics.
Right. Those are the ones that are most physically face to face with possibilities of people who have it. Obviously, that's exactly what we need to do. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Strong?
No, I think John covered a lot of it. This is a difficult one to really get a handle on. And it's a much better if people believe the statistics and act as if they're correct, whether they're totally correct or not. It's better safe than sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia.
No questions. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you, Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, Chief Starnetta, I'm kind of close to this vaccination thing because my mother's in a care facility in the county, and I was notified she's getting her vaccine next week. Is that true for all the senior care facilities in the county?
So the county was only allocated 1,950 vaccines. That's the first and second dose. And that's the Pfizer because it got emergency use authorization this week. So we expect the Moderna to come out with emergency authorization in the next few weeks, and we should get some more vaccinations. But I can tell you it'll be spanned over a number of months before we get all the healthcare workers, our public safety people, and the healthcare facilities vaccinated, and then the general public sometime in the summer.
So I was reading, I read it in the newspaper that they're claiming they're going to have 100 million vaccines available for the public, or not for the public, for several different segments of the public by the first week of February. Is that as a military operation that was broadcasting that? Is that not true?
I'm not sure. I haven't just said that if we're going to get it, we're going to get it, because when we get these allocations, they go through the state, and the state disseminates them through the counties and through the hospital systems, the CDCR, the state hospitals, and things like that. So really, it's up to the state on where they're going to disseminate these vaccines.
And Councilman Gregory, on the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, it is a 2-dose regimen, so 100 million doses allocated to the state would still cover only half the people, or in the United States, would only cover half the people.
Well, actually, you only get, out of 100 million doses, you only get 50 million vaccines. Right. So I was just curious if that number is accurate or not. So, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Starnetta. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one waiting to comment on this in the public. Once again, this is a presentation item. No action is necessary. So we're going to move on to item number 2, capital projects report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Ditas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer. This is an update of the public works projects under construction. So we installed the first lift of pavement at Dry Creek Road, and this is a photo of that completed phase of the work. As a reminder, this is phase 1. Phase 1 is from Airport Road to Estrella Warbirds. And so we're working on phase 2, which is from Warbirds to Jardine. And we should be on schedule to do that part, the phase 2, sometime this summer. But this is these photos are of phase 1. The main west tank is completed. The tank is in operation, and 19th Street is fully paved. This is a photo of 19th Street. And all the equipment in the construction yard across from the neighborhood at 19th Street on the west side is all cleaned out. And these slopes have been hydro-seeded. And these are just photos I thought I'd share. I just wanted to show the magnitude of how tall that tank is. And so this is just a picture of the scale of the height of the tank in relationship to the men around it. And there were some drone photos that were taken during the progress of the construction of the tank. So I just wanted to share those with you as well. And this is the roof. And this is just a nice silhouette of the tank with a backdrop of Paso Robles. And this is equipment that's gearing up to do Jardine Road. I took this picture last Friday, but as of today, they have began the paving at Jardine Road. Again, this is a reimbursement to the county. The county contracted with Cal Portland to do the work, and they should be finished with the Jardine Road later this week. And then actually later this week as well, we will be installing the last lift at Dry Creek Road. And then that part, that would be done. That should be done then. We're also doing, just a reminder, we are working on recoating our Golden Hill tank number 2 over by Golden Hill. And this is just some photos of pressure washing the exterior in preparation of the recoating. That concludes my presentation for this month's CIP update, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you for that. Once again, this is a presentation item. No action is necessary. Comments and questions, Councilman Hammond?
Nothing for Ditas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Strong.
No questions right now.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia.
No questions. Thank you, Ditas.
And Councilman Gregory.
Hi, Ditas. I just had a question on that beginning photograph on the water tank. What is the black material? Is that like a waterproofing on the bottom of the tank?
Yes.
Good.
Actually, they're backfilling, so when you go out there, you won't even see that black because the dirt is now up to the top of the black. So it is
Right.
a waterproof, but when you go out there, you won't even see that black, because if you look at the, can you forward it to completed tank? Sorry. You won't even, oh, yeah, see the black's gone because it's buried.
Got it. Very good. I was curious about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that report. I see no one in line from the community to comment on this report, so we will move on to item number 3. Item number 3 is U.S. Army Garrison Fort Hunter Liggett Community Update. With us tonight, we have Colonel Charles Bell. Welcome, Colonel.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to update the council. I also want to thank you for having Warren dial into our community relations working group last week. He was very informative and helped us identify options that exist in Paso Robles for supporting our families' housing needs. In light of the communication gaps created by COVID-19, I wanted to take this opportunity to strengthen our partnership. In multiple ways, we support each other. Mainly, we have a lot of employees and soldiers that live in the Paso Robles area, and we want to maintain a strong cooperative relationship. First and foremost on my items of discussion, I'd like to just talk about how COVID-19 has impacted us in our training. So currently we're at HPCon Charlie, and we continue to execute training here at Fort Hunter Liggett. We've trained about 12,000 to date with less than 10 COVID positive cases. And that's really attributed to the protocols that we put in place that start 2 weeks prior to the soldiers arriving at either San Luis Obispo or Monterey Airport, San Jose Airport, and then with onward movement to Fort Hunter Liggett. So those protocols have been highly successful. We as an Army need to continue to train to remain ready. So we continue to do that, and we've been really successful at it. Because COVID has lightened some of the training load at some of the other installations that aren't as remote and don't offer the same protection as Fort Hunter Liggett does. Our institutional training load has increased somewhat, and we forecast that we'll be retaining that training load after people begin to get vaccinated and we start to come out of this pandemic. Collective training at Fort Hunter Liggett continues to remain strong, and we forecast that it's going to get stronger just because units have not been able to really execute large-scale combat operations. So we have four major or large-scale exercises planned for next year, starting as early as April through August, and so we're looking forward to that training. And then kind of moving on, I want to talk a little bit about those things that we're doing to ensure that our platform is ready. And so we're focused on our ranges, training areas, and our infrastructure. We're putting $40 million into our first generation barracks this year. So to provide a platform for those units and soldiers that come here to train. Additionally, we're focused on easing the travel, if you will, for those soldiers that are arriving through either San Luis Obispo, Monterey, or San Jose. And we're working on a logistics support contract, which will provide a gateway. And we're really focused on San Luis Obispo because the National Guard there at Camp San Luis Obispo uses San Luis Obispo Airport as well. So there's a lot of government fares already in line there based on the usage. And so this would provide shuttle service to and from San Luis Obispo to Fort Hunter Liggett. We also think that it's a good intergovernmental support agreement opportunity, one packaged up with our barracks management contract. So we'll be pursuing our community partners to see if that's something they're interested in. We spend about probably $2 million collectively between the two. So if we're able to package that up, it may, one, be cheaper, more efficient, and allow us to build better ties with some of our community partners. And then finally, we're focused on our heliport. Because we are remote, we get a lot of aviation. We support a lot of aviation to include UAV experimentation and technology. We have two key experimentation companies here doing UAV experimentation. Their focus is taking commercial UAV technology and integrating it into military operations. Very productive, but our sorties are up to about 2,500, 2,600 annually. And that includes some of the airframes that come in land and then are serviced in Paso Robles. So we're really focused on upgrading our infrastructure, not only at the heliport, but also making sure we're able to control our airspace. And then finally, sir, we just want to maintain strong relationships, especially with communities in which our soldiers and families live, through volunteerism, military representation, breaking down that civil-military divide that exists at times by lack of understanding. Also continuing to advocate for and promote Army Reserve scholarships to qualified candidates. So plenty of scholarships out there if there are youth that want to serve and have the grades, plenty of opportunity. And then, as always, among our 330 civilian employees, we're open to hiring. We always have lots of positions that are available and would love to see more folks in Paso Robles apply for those positions. And then finally, we're working on a big open house, and we'll make sure that we advertise it to the residents of Paso Robles on 15 May. So still some time to come. We think that's time enough for there to be vaccinations that take place. So we're continuing to move in that direction. We're partnered with Australia Warbirds as well as provide some cultural tours to the Painted Cave and some other things out here at Hunter Liggett. So we're really looking forward to that. And then finally, sir, before I close, I want to take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Sean Marshall. He's the garrison manager for ASA Roberts, not Camp Roberts, but ASA Roberts, which is the federal enclave located on the backside of Camp Roberts and is home of the United States SATCOM. So with that, Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for the opportunity to attend this meeting, Mr. Mayor and City Council. As Colonel Bell said, my name is Sean Marshall. I'm the acting garrison site manager for the United States Army Signal Activity Presidio Monterey Enclave. That's a mouthful. Many of you know it as SATCOM or have heard it as SATCOM. I'm just going to refer to it as the Enclave from this point on. Many of our soldiers, civilians and contractors live in Paso because of the proximity in Paso Robles. And we have 50 unaccompanied soldiers that reside on Fort Hunter Liggett in barracks. That is a fair distance from Camp Roberts to commute. So we will be looking here in the very near future at some housing solutions to move them closer to the enclave. Those options include on Camp Roberts and certainly in the city of Paso Robles. Our public works professionals from the Presidio Monterey up in Monterey will be coming down to pursue those options and look at the viability of those options. So you may very well see some of our folks reaching out to some of the city staff to discuss some of those options in the city of Paso Robles. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions of me, Pete, please feel free to ask.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, City Council, that concludes our presentation. Thank you for the opportunity.
And thank you for that report. We do appreciate it. This is a presentation item. No action is required. Council comments. Mr. Hammond.
I just want to reach out to Colonel Bell and the other individual that we really appreciate your being out there and employment value that you have with just the security that everybody knows that we have a very, very important base close to us that helps the United States security. So thank you for being there.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Strong. Mr. Strong.
Yes, thank you very much. And I want to also thank the presenters. They did a very good job. I'm looking forward to some of the housing opportunities that they may present with us, but I'm also looking for their cooperation in some of it. There is a possibility that the city and the school district may be working together in order to try to provide some workforce housing for employees of ours. And perhaps the Army would like to get involved with some of that as well. If we can include them in that project, that might be a possibility. I hope our community development department works closely with them in that regard once and if this gets underway as it's anticipated it might. So that's my comments, and thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Strong. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Colonel Bell, Mr. Marshall, for the presentation. I wanted to ask just a quick question here. I have not been able to go to Fort Hunter Leggett, but I was wondering, is there any kind of medical clinics or medical for your soldiers there, or do you have to transport to Salinas or King City?
Yes, Ms. Garcia, thank you for the question. We have a small medical clinic that supports soldiers here. When I say small, I'm talking kind of like an aid station type of clinic. It has a nurse practitioner and a few nurses in it. Anything other than that will need to be transported. And of course, we do have Mercy Air or Life Flight here that typically will fly down to Twin Cities or Salinas, depending on the injury. So we do anything more than cough medicine or some Band-Aids. We have to outsource over.
Okay. And again, I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation, and we welcome all the families that are in our area, and we really appreciate the presentation and look forward to working together for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Mr. Gregory.
I too would like to thank Colonel Bell and Mr. Marshall for your presentation. And we want you to know that you're a good partner with the city of Paso Robles. We appreciate your presence there and how you support us, and we are supportive of you and anything we can do to help your facility up there. We're happy to meet with you, and we would also ask the same of you to come and meet with us. And we have a very long history out there with you, and we want to continue that and make it even better. And we just want you to know that you're greatly appreciated, and we appreciate all your service to our country and our protection. Thank you.
And I will close council comments on this item by thanking you also for being with us tonight, and thank you very much for your service to our country, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the time.
Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Next up, we have general public comments, time set aside for the public to address the council on items within the council's purview but not scheduled on the agenda. You're invited to begin by stating your name and address. Each person is limited to 3 minutes. Any person or subject requiring more than 3 minutes may be scheduled for a future council meeting or referred to committee or staff. Those persons wishing to speak on any items scheduled on the agenda will be given an opportunity to do so at the time that item is being considered. That being said, I see no one lined up for general public comment, so I will close general public comment, bring it back to our agenda. The next item is, I will ask the city manager if we have any items to be deferred tonight.
So, Mr. Mayor, several possible changes to tonight's agenda. There is an item number 16, the Supplemental Sales Tax Oversight Committee bylaws update. That is not time sensitive since no meeting is planned of the committee for several months. So if the meeting runs late, you could postpone that one if you so chose. And in addition, we do have an end of year presentation about kind of a visual overview of what happened to us this year, and it was quite an eventful year, and that would take place at the end of the meeting if it meets the council's approval. Other than that, no changes to the agenda, Your Honor.
Mr. Mayor?
Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's John. Is there a chance we can move item 17 in front of 14? Makes sense basically that if we're going to talk about assistance, we probably ought to be talking about our posture here with not 17, it was 17A. Yeah.
I was going to recommend that, John, when we got to that portion on the agenda, so I'm right with you there.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine, not requiring separate discussion. However, if discussion is wanted by a member of the council or public, the item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Council members and members of the public may offer comments or ask questions of clarification without removing an item from the calendar. Individual items are approved by the vote that approves the consent calendar unless an item is pulled for separate consideration. Items pulled from the consent calendar will be heard at the end of the meeting. That being said, let's go around to council members, ask if there are clarifying questions or any items to be pulled from the consent calendar. Mr. Hammond.
No, I have nothing on consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a question. I don't want to necessarily pull the item, but I do have a question, and that is on number 10. I am assuming that the automatic license plate readers are going to be used in public places only and will not affect anything on private property. So there'll be no invasion of privacy.
Mr. Strong, this is Chief Lewis. That's correct. They are all on public property.
Okay, I was concerned because we had a letter from a constituent that was concerned about invasion of privacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, sir. I also had a question on item 10. You know, when we just have this on the agenda, I just want to clarify when it says license plate reader for the community, this is not about the parking, downtown parking. This is, as I was reading, could someone just clarify that real quick?
Yeah, you bet. Again, this is Chief Lewis. So the license plate reader technology that we're asking for approval tonight is to be able to gather license plate data from the various, basically the entrances and exits to the city to help us solve crimes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing else, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
No questions for me. Thank you.
Very good. Going to the public for comment or question, I see one person lined up to speak. Mr. Dale Guston, are you with us?
Yes, I am. However, I thought that this was tied into the downtown parking. If it's not, I have no comment.
Very good. Thank you, sir. I see no further public comment. I'll bring it back to the council and entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'd like to go ahead and move that we approve items 4 through 13 on the consent agenda for tonight.
Second by Strong.
4 through 13.
Correct.
So are you pulling item 14 then?
I don't see a 14.
No, 14 is a discussion item.
Okay, I must be reading this incorrectly. Motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Then if item 14 is a discussion item in keeping with the request from Councilman Hammond previously, with the council's permission, I would like to move to 17A before dealing with number 14. Very good. In that case, let's move to 17A, which is follow-up steps to council's December 10th, 2020 action on business viability and the governor's regional stay-at-home order. Mr. Furci.
Thank you, Your Honor. And while Mr. Frace is bringing that slide pack up, why don't I give a quick summary of the items that the council approved on consent tonight? Would that be all right, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
So tonight on consent, the council approved its minutes from December 1st. Also received the warrant register, which is the listing of checks the city writes to pay for the goods and services it purchases. And the warrant register for this meeting totaled $492,000, of which about $95,000 is for water and wastewater. The council approved an engineering services agreement with Rick Engineering to design pedestrian access improvements to Flamson Middle School. That's a very important project for safe routes to school, and that's being funded by a $50,000 grant from SLOCOG, for which Councilmember Strong is the chair of the board. Next, the council approved the surplusing of excess city property, and these consist of 5 police vehicles that have been through very high levels of usage, and also the SUV that's assigned to the battalion chief because that was involved in an accident and is no longer suitable for service, and the repair cost would be more than the vehicle is worth. In addition, the council rejected all bids for landscape maintenance in the landscaping and lighting district maintenance areas 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7. And this is because the bids that were received demonstrated an inadequate commitment to an understanding of the needs for maintenance of the landscaping lighting district. And as the council knows, that landscaping work is very crucial to the residents and the residences in those areas. And so we wanted to make sure we have contractors who fully understand what needs to be done to keep that landscaping in tip-top condition. The council approved an agreement with Todd Groundwater to complete the city's 2020 urban management plan, and we are required to update that plan every 5 years. And it's a very comprehensive effort that talks about risk assessment, energy efficiency, demand for water, demands on our system, contingencies, the full gamut of considerations necessary to assure a reliable water supply for the next 5 years. And that contract will not exceed $97,870, and that has been anticipated in the water fund budget for this year. The council, as discussed, approved the purchase of automatic license plate readers, or as the chief said, the major entrances to and exits from the city. The council approved the mayor sending a response to the grand jury report, and this year the only grand jury effort that the city council was asked to respond to was on the potential for joint dispatch of police and fire services, and that is something the city continues to look at. The council also did second reading of 2 ordinances for which there was first reading at your last meeting. The first one of those 2 is regarding amendment to the zoning code regarding unlawful areas to camp. And then the second one accompanies the general plan housing element, and it put in place the legal changes called for by the updated housing element. Those are all the items the council approved on consent this evening, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for that. Are we ready to proceed now on 17A?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So as the council remembers, last meeting, you considered this item, and then 3 council members did request that it be brought back based on responses in the community and any clarification necessary. Next slide, please. As was true last week, we have the same subject matter experts available to answer any questions. Next slide, please. And as the council knows, this is progressing very rapidly. It was just less than 2 weeks ago that the stay-at-home order went into effect. That was Sunday night at 11:59. On Tuesday, the Board of Supervisors of all 3 counties authorized sending a letter to the governor. And last Thursday, you authorized the mayor to work with the other 6 cities in the county to send a letter to the governor supporting that effort to create the 3-county subregion. Next slide, please. While this was all happening, the virus was also moving. As Chief Stornetta reported, Ventura County ICU capacity is at 1.4%, which means the tri-county area is under 15%, which means even if the 3 counties were their own region, we would have been issued a stay-at-home order. So no practical difference immediately. However, as the council knows, the governor indicated the stay-at-home order would be in effect for a minimum of 3 weeks. So it certainly may help us get out of that faster if the governor accedes to our request. As Chief Stornetta also talked about, the case count is growing daily. The model at the University of Washington, the Institute for Health Metrics, indicates that very soon in the state we'll be getting 30,000 cases a day, and within 2 months we'll be up to 80,000 cases per day in California. And that model has been remarkably reliable in projecting level of cases, ICU beds needed, and deaths in California. Next slide, please. So one of the things that's very clear, not only from this model, but from all the models, is that there are 4 primary factors that drive up infection rates. The first is increases in human mobility, so more people coming in contact with more people, and that's certainly true during the holiday season. Second is a loosening of social distancing measures, and as we all congregate with our families or friends for a variety of holiday events, that's also occurring. Third is, just as the case with the flu, coronavirus in the winter season, because people are indoors, because heating systems are on, for a variety of reasons, winter season increases the number of infections and drives up the infection rates. And finally, when those first 3 factors are in play, if each of us does not increase our vigilance and actually take more measures to protect ourselves and protect others, we are more likely to get the virus and to pass it on. So these are the 4 primary factors that are driving up infection rates. And the bad news is all 4 of these factors are going to be in play certainly through New Year's. And as a result, the IHME model is likely to be correct that in less than the next 2 months, we'll have more than a doubling of the number of daily cases in California, and probably also here in San Luis Obispo County. Next slide, please. So as the council remembers, until the governor's stay-at-home order, we were in the purple tier. Now, one of the things that people are having trouble keep in mind, and I get it because it's become so complex and changing, is there are significant differences between the purple tier, where we were, and the requirements of the stay-at-home order, where we are now. So under the purple tier, when we were there, restaurants and wineries could serve outdoors. Personal care services like massage parlors, nail and manicure places, hair salons, all could be open with certain modifications. It is true that bars at that point were closed and are still closed. It is also true that gyms and movie theaters could operate only outdoors, and that retail capacity was limited to 25%. But there were significant differences between the purple tier for a large percentage of our businesses and what is now the case under the stay-at-home order. Next slide, please. So we showed these slides last week. The stay-at-home order made these changes. These 4 uses here can remain open with safety precautions. Next slide, please. These uses are required to have significant modifications and are able to do less than they were before. So hotels and lodging, essential travel only, and under the purple tier, of course, with restaurants and wineries being able to serve outdoors, we had more travel than we're having now, and it's we're down to 20 to 30% occupancy rates the way we were in the initial months of the pandemic. And in addition, right now, restaurants are under the governor's and the state's restrictions are able to only serve takeout or delivery. Next slide, please. And then finally, as you can see here, hair salons and barbershops are now required to be closed, and the personnel care services. So significant impact, next slide please, on quite a few of our local businesses. As we talked about last Thursday, each business is trying to figure out how to adapt and survive, and each one has a unique situation, and we'll be talking in the next item about how to assist businesses survive this period. Next slide, please. Now, so what's happening with enforcement? A lot of our local businesses do come under the aegis of state agencies. So the ABC regulates any business that sells alcoholic beverages or serves alcoholic beverages. A lot of our businesses are impacted by the Cosmetology Board and other state agencies. I've repeated here the quote in terms of what the governor's direction is to state agencies in terms of the level and type of enforcement they will undertake. And very clearly, they are going to be undertaking enforcement to interrupt quote unquote high risk actions and actions in defiance of public health orders. The goal being to restore compliance. Next slide, please. So the state determines the restrictions. The city cannot do it. So when the council talked last Thursday about wishing we could return to the purple tier, that's absolutely valid. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to say that. So the state has determined we are not in the purple tier. We are in the stay-at-home order. The state issues those restrictions. The county localizes them, makes sure we understand fully what the state is trying to achieve. And there was some ambiguity in some of the stay-at-home orders. And the city really has no say in what those restrictions are. Next slide, please. The county's enforcement approach is also significant for many of our businesses. The Department of Environmental Health regulates restaurants, and there is no change in the enforcement approach of the Department of Environmental Health. Their goal is to ensure adherence to state restrictions. So it's very clear that businesses and individuals who do not comply with the state restrictions or the county restrictions are putting themselves at risk, and we need to make sure that they do that knowingly. County code enforcement will be only serving as a backup to the city. So the county has no intention of enforcing any violation of the public health restrictions in the city other than those related to restaurants and food service operations. Next slide, please. So the state and the city and the county have both said they will be shutting businesses down or taking other kinds of enforcement action if people don't adhere to the guidelines. The city really has a much greater ability to work collaboratively with our businesses, to work with them to promote health and safety, and also, if necessary, and only when absolutely necessary, try to achieve compliance. Next slide, please. So a lot of the confusion over the last few weeks has been over the parklets. And here is the guidance that the county just issued today regarding parklets. And the phrases in blue are the key phrases here. So they are assuming that people will be able to consume takeout meals outdoors at restaurants that have outdoor seating. So that includes the parklets. It was not clear when the state issued its guidance exactly what the state's guideline meant. And so the county has now interpreted to say, yes, the parklets can stay open and other outdoor eating areas can stay open in the case of restaurants that have outdoor seating, but only for takeout meals, not for table service. And it's saying there that not only the restaurants, but the consumers, so the patrons, must follow the state's rules on gatherings. So individuals and families are at risk of some kind of enforcement action. The restaurants will be required to sanitize the tables and make sure the seating is at appropriate distances. And the county is also saying to the city that we have the ability to determine if takeout food service will be allowed in parklets or not. The county's saying it would allow it, but it's up to us to enforce one way or the other and determine the appropriate approach within our city limits. Next slide, please. So as we talked about last Thursday, the city approach for achieving compliance up till now has been one of facilitating compliance, not enforcing compliance. And so we've worked very hard, both city staff as well as the Chamber of Commerce, at working with businesses through education and communication and assistance in meeting the guidelines. It's been a consistent approach of the council and in a whole bevy of areas, including the drought management, to use moral suasion, not hard-hearted compliance. And we've said since the very beginning, if a violation is egregious or flagrant, we would reserve the right to seek compliance by additional means. Next slide, please. So it keeps becoming an issue, is what is egregious defined as. And last meeting, the council deferred to the county as to what the definition is. We've been working with the county and the other cities, and here's a working definition. It has not been approved by all jurisdictions, but here's a working definition that we've been working at. And so, as we talked about last week, egregious, pragmatic sense means a violation that is either conspicuous or flagrant, and we assume those are really synonyms. That is intentional, or that is performed by someone who's not ashamed to do so. And those are assumed in this case to be synonyms. And serious. We're not going to be looking at enforcement if a very, very minor violation occurs. So in terms of county COVID-19 health orders, an egregious violation would be when there's a major health or safety matter, when our progressive approach hasn't resulted in compliance, or when a business representative, the owner or general manager, or someone is flaunting the lack of compliance in a very visible and public manner, which would then encourage others to violate. And that's something we need to make sure we deal with so that people who do want to adhere and people who do feel that equity is important are also supported. Next slide, please. So what we are proposing tonight is what we proposed to you last Thursday, is that there would be a complaint, and that no matter who it went to, whether it went to the county or a council member or city staff, it'd be referred to our dispatch center in the police department. That complaint would be forwarded to the Chamber of Commerce, and thanks to Commander Davis and Gina Fitzpatrick, the Chamber and the police department working very well together. And the Chamber is making initial contact with businesses to find out what's actually happening or what happened, to help through communication, through education, through assistance, and try to achieve compliance on a collaborative basis. If that doesn't work, and an additional complaint or complaints plural comes in, then the police department would ask one of its community service officers. These are not our sworn police. These are community service officers that deal with all manner of code compliance issues throughout the city, would then visit the business or the individual, talk the matter through, ensure that understanding had been achieved and that the person or business understood the benefits of complying and the risks of not complying, both from the city as well as we talked about earlier, the Department of Health or the state. And then finally, if violation continues and is egregious, then a sworn police officer or supervisor or management person would visit the business and make a appropriate management decision as how best to handle the situation. Next slide, please. So Chief Lewis is going to talk to you about the administrative citation approach that he's recommending. But our overall recommendation for this item is that you direct the city manager and the police chief to work with our stakeholders, our businesses in the community, to achieve reasonable levels of compliance that are consistent with best practices and to the extent possible with the state guidelines. Next slide, please. So available for any questions, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. As is our practice, we go around the council for questions and clarification to staff. Then we'll go to public comment on this item, then bring it back to the council for discussion. Starting off with Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tom or Jonathan, maybe, what was really interesting, and I made the statement that, I'm in favor of getting back to purple down to that 15% ICU bed capacity. How is it, though, from Thursday to now, 5 days later, we've had a 200% increase in our emergency ICU beds? We had last week 7. On Thursday, now we have 14. I'm not quite understanding the discrepancies in data, and I'm a little disturbed at what we talked about Thursday and now as two different things. Is there any explanation for that?
Our Fire Marshal Harris, do you want to take that?
Yes, sir. So I think the biggest thing to realize is that families did have get-togethers for the holiday, and now we're starting to see some of those numbers spike. So in 5 days, seeing that number double really doesn't surprise me at this point.
All right, Randy. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor, at this point. I'll stand by. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
Yes. I have a couple of questions. Community service officers and sworn police. How many do we have of each group? And how busy is each group now?
Hi there, Mr. Strong. Ty Lewis here. So currently we have one full-time person that's really dedicated to code enforcement. It's a part-time person, rather, that's dedicated to code enforcement compliance. We have 3 others that are working on patrol shifts to mainly focus on non-priority calls for service that police officers that don't require a police officer. So, and then on top of that, of course, we have our patrol shifts, which are generally staffed with about 4 police officers and a sergeant. So we have 4 of those. So, and then of course we have our detective bureau and our traffic officers to support them.
Okay, so is it the position of the department then that community service officers are in a better position to do this than sworn police?
So with all due respect to the council in this conversation, I think that one of my suggestions would be that we actually take more of a collaborative approach within the city, meaning that I would really move working with the city manager to assign somebody from each department within the city to help out with this project if this becomes our focal point, meaning that community development, our planners, our building inspectors, our fire department, and even our library and parks and rec folks all give us one sort of body to create some sort of task force that could help us look into these matters, gather data, and make a collective decision on how to move forward with appropriate enforcement if required. I think that would be the best approach to help create transparency and build trust without overtaxing any one particular division.
Okay, thank you. And would that be before it goes to the Chamber of Commerce or after?
So initially, I think the way these things typically have been flowing, which I would continue to recommend, which is consistent with council's comments not only last Thursday but this evening, is to heavily involve our health department, who these orders are coming from. They field the majority of these calls coming in. We do take them through our dispatch directly to the various supervisors in the department or code enforcement, but I think that having everything flow through the health department and then through to us would help us create that transparent and open communication so that all layers of our government locally are informed of what's happening and why.
Okay, so are you recommending that we only use the chamber for communications going out and encouraging compliance?
So I think that all of this is a collaborative effort that, as was described in Mr. Ferrucci's presentation, kind of a progressive situation. Is these have to start somewhere. Not all of these are going to be egregious violations. We get many that have varying levels of concern. And so I think that as we get these complaints and having the chamber help us vet them, and to help us educate and understand what's driving our business community and how to respond to those would be a great help to us. So that would be my recommendation, is to always start with the chamber. They have a vested interest in seeing success. And if they make a determination that they need extra assistance or that we're getting non-compliant folks that require an extra level of help, then we would be there to support them.
Okay, thank you. And then the ones that you're going to be vetting or calling on will be the ones that are conspicuous and intentional?
I think that's probably the main focus and intent of this whole drive. And Mr. Ferrucci mentioned it in his comments. The biggest area of concern that I keep hearing from all of our stakeholders is equity. Seems to be the phrase of the last couple weeks, that we have a continuum of folks that have varying levels of compliance. So we have those that are completely shut down and following the letter of the governor's orders to the T. We have people that are at the other end of the spectrum that are not following any of the orders and very intentionally making that known. And then we have the majority of people in the middle. And those people are very frustrated because they're doing their level best to keep their businesses open, to comply with the rules as they've been presented, even though they change regularly, and they just want a level playing field. They want to be able to compete on equal footing with these other businesses, and those that are absolutely not complying with the rules are really causing a hamper on local business.
Thank you. You've answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I was wondering if we could, since we're talking about the chamber helping vet some of these, if we can have Gina, just wanted to ask the chamber how it's going so far.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good evening. I think it's going well so far, to be honest with you. We've had good conversations. People are receptive to our approach. I think that they're appreciative of the council's look at the full picture in not coming heavily handed. Education has been essential. For the most part, people do understand, but things are changing so quickly. So it's hard to stay up to date with all of the current guidelines that have been adjusted on a consistent basis. So I think the educational aspect of it is essential.
Okay. Okay, that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
I'm here. Sorry. No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. My questions have been answered. If there are no other council questions, we will go to public comment. I have one person in the queue waiting to speak. Mr. Dale Guston, are you with us, sir?
I am Dale Guston, 945 Spring Street. And I think that everybody's forgetting the key word here. What's reasonable? When we have 14 beds being occupied and a few in ICU, what's reasonable about a shutdown? It isn't reasonable. And our county, it should be in the purple tier. And I'm upset with if you don't enforce what you voted on last Tuesday or last Thursday and go into the purple tier. We had 54 people begging you to do it. Now, one part of the lockdown that is not being enforced, that should be probably, is like a curfew, because the non-compliance in getting people that are gathering in large groups at certain establishments occurs after 10 p.m. So go into the purple tier, but add a 10 p.m. curfew, and you will be reasonable, and we will not be spreading it. I guarantee you. That's my take on it. And don't ignore these 54 people that called in begging you to be reasonable in how we implement this policy.
Thank you. Next, I have Jeffrey Weisinger. Jeffrey, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Mayor. Thank you.
Welcome.
I wanted to thank the City Council for your vote and for your actions you took on Thursday, as well as the clarifications you put out in your press release. I believe our community has done a great job of being responsible in how they practice COVID safety precautions. People are taking reasonable efforts to maintain social distancing and are wearing masks and practicing hand washing and sanitary precautions. I believe that our community is taking the virus extremely seriously and are doing their best to be cautious and responsible, while also supporting our local economy, especially our small business community. I want to thank the Paso Chamber of Commerce, the Wine Country Alliance, and the Travel Paso group for their efforts in helping us manage and navigate through this crisis. Tourism is definitely down in Paso Robles considerably. At this point, we're only really serving our community members. We are not getting the tourism that we typically get this time of year. And again, this time of year is usually the last big ramp up before we get into the typically really slow season that is January. So the actions you guys took really allowed us to try to maintain serving our community, trying to generate some revenue in all of our small businesses. I believe the restaurants and retail shops and small businesses are doing a great job in enforcing and managing through the restrictions and the mandates. Personally, I don't believe that the risk of getting COVID is very big when you're wearing a mask, when you're behaving responsibly, and when you're out dining or shopping in downtown. I think that focus, I'd like to see that focus be taken away. I believe it's the family gatherings that are happening this time of year that are much bigger impact. And if there's a focus on how we can manage this crisis, I would like to see enforcement move towards keeping an eye on large group gatherings rather than what's going on in our small business community. But again, I just want to thank the council for their actions you took with our small business community and helping us maintain our livelihood, allowing us to continue to operate within a reasonable restrictions, while we're also extremely mindful that the county and state mandates are there, and everything we do is of a risk. But a lot of us are in survival mode, and the actions you took are really helping. So thanks a lot. That's all I have for you.
Thank you very much for calling, and thank you for hanging in there. I know it's been tough for you and a lot of people in business in town, so your efforts do not go unrecognized. Thank you. Next up, we have Brad Dougherty. Brad, are you with us? Brad?
Yes.
You're on.
Yes, hello?
Yes, you're on, Brad. Welcome.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. Thank you for taking my call. Again, I want to iterate what Jeff was saying. I wanted to thank the efforts of the City Council for, their efforts in the last meeting and how you guys are attacking, the situation that we have at hand. I'm a little concerned with it does appear to me that, you guys had made a motion and voted on, operating in the purple tier. And, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like we're backpedaling on this a little bit. And if so, we're, emotions are all over the place at this point, and we're all so confused. And there's talk all over town. I'm hearing from all the businesses that they're a little uncertain as to where we stand and what we're doing. After the last meeting, we had a clear understanding that you guys were behind us and, and helping us operate in that purple tier, as long as we were, following the mandates as far as that goes and staying safe and practicing the distancing, the masks, and all the stuff that we've been doing up at this point. But now it seems to be that is not the case anymore, and that we might be going backwards a little bit. So if you guys could just provide a little bit more clarification on where exactly the city stands as far as that goes. Are we allowing the outdoor dining? And what are we going to do once the weather really turns? That was all. I just really wanted to say, just get a little more clarification, and thank you again all for your efforts.
Thank you for your call. We'll do our best to clarify.
Thank you.
I have no one else in my queue. Is there anyone else that staff can see waiting?
No, sir.
Very good. We'll close public comment on this item, bring it back to the council. I think the main question there is the question we're dealing with, and that is clarification of what we can do here. And so let's start off the conversation with Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what I remember stating pretty clearly was that I'm in favor of going back to purple tier until and if we get down to that 15% ICU bed capacity. Essentially, if that's a marker or metric that is of critical importance, then I think we need to watch that. But on the other hand, I'm suspect a little bit of the data. In other words, we don't understand from what I can derive when somebody becomes positive, how they became positive. In other words, there's information I know brought in from that, but we're not shared with that kind of data. And in other words, how do we know that it wasn't through a family gathering or some gathering other than downtown or in a restaurant? That's the bothersome part. I mean, we need tools at this point to be, in my opinion, accurate on what we're trying to do and keeping our businesses alive. I'm all about safety. There's no question there. But I think we made a statement again last Thursday that we will allow down to purple tier restrictions based on compliance. In other words, if we do have restaurants that are blatantly flagrant on disobeying even the purple tier, then those are the ones we need to go after and make sure that they comply, because again, it's important to all the other restaurants down there that they survive equally. And if it is indeed a positivity, a super spreader, if you will, occasion where we have a lot going on in these restaurants, then I want to know about it. Although apparently we don't get shared that information. So to me, at this point in time. We're still good at this point with the decision I think we made Thursday night. I just, in talking with staff, they had some ideas that I'd like to explore with regard to the downtown restaurants and maybe forming a group to self-patrol and take care of issues that are coming up. Hopefully they'll be able to work amongst themselves to make this thing happen. Ty, are you able to explain a little bit about something that was tossed around a little bit, or how that might work?
Yeah, you bet, Councilman. I do have a presentation ready for the entire council when at the mayor's discretion when you would like me to present that. I'd love to jump into it.
So let's do at least one round of council comments and we come back to Chief Lewis on that. Anything else, John?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor. I'm good to go at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd share a lot of what Councilman Hammond said, and I'm very anxious to hear what the chief has to say too. But there was the article in the paper today, and it's been clarified that that article was valid, even though it came from the city of San Luis Obispo. I personally checked with the county, and they validated that article was accurate. Now, there are only 4 tiers: purple, red, orange, and yellow. Those are the only tiers we have. But the governor's order really doesn't really amend the tiers so much as supplement them. And it supplements specifically the purple tier to the extent that if you start having a real danger with your available beds in ICU and your number of cases gets much larger than even the purple tier was anticipating, that he's asking for more to be done. But they did leave us some discretion in some areas, and the county has clarified too that discretion is partially up to us. So yes, the restaurants can have their customers eating outdoors, but they can't serve them outdoors. The service has to still be indoors as a takeout. And they can't send people to the table. On the other hand, they are allowed to do delivery. So if somebody happens to have a cell phone and calls their establishment and asks it to be delivered to them at a location that happens to be outdoors, it would appear that they could make that delivery to them, but not actually serve them there. Just deliver the particular thing that they ordered, period. And then it's up to them as to how and where they eat it. However, it means the public spaces are for the public. They aren't controlled by any private establishments anymore. So if somebody orders from restaurant X and they decide to eat at a table that happens to be right in front of restaurant Y, that's legal. That's exactly the way it's allowed and is part of the way that it's being interpreted. So as long as that's done, and I heard some concern about, well, it's getting colder. Well, there are a lot of heaters out there, and I'm sure that the chamber at some point is going to tell us that they're more than willing to assist us in providing the discounted propane necessary to run those heaters, and do so with at a slight administrative cost. So let's look into those aspects as well so that we can make this all work. And I would say that if we need a special meeting to amend this further, depending upon what happens over the next 3 weeks until our next council meeting, or almost 4 weeks now, that we better do it. But for now, I think that we're on the right track. We've got the handle on this right now. But I do want to hear the chief's further suggestions, just in case we might want to modify it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia.
Okay, yes, I'm very interested in the chief's information, but just a couple of things here. The weather, yes, I think we need to discuss that. Inclement weather, And I know that we, at the last meeting, we talked about the purple tier, but maybe just because of the confusion that's out there, we shouldn't call it the purple tier. We should maybe give a list of activities that are allowed. And I think we just need to give more clarity tonight, and also this will give clarity to the chamber and the stakeholders to be able to share with everyone. I just think that we need to just be more specific and more clear tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
I'd like to follow up with Councilman Hammond's comments. The intent of our motion was to help our local businesses survive and let them get back to the purple tier or the purple tier representation. And I think that's still our goal with this process. And some of the information that the letter that the city published with Mr. Brucci was pretty clear that the city is trying to support our local businesses and want to roll back so they have some opportunity and to survive. But, you know, there's a couple of things we can't do anything about, and that's the State Board of Cosmetology and a few other things. But we are self-governing. I'm not hearing a lot of negativity or rumblings about small businesses and that activity. So I'd like to stay the course, and also like to hear Chief Ty Lewis's ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the action that the council took last week was an attempt, and we knew we would have to follow up and fine tune this. And this is a changing landscape day after day, as our participating businesses well know. But I think our action last week was an attempt at providing a system that's equitable and transparent and consistent, because what I hear time and time again is, in addition to this equity concern, is we don't know from day to day what's going on. So I think it's really important that we come up with something that's equitable and transparent, people can understand it easily, and something that doesn't change quickly. Now, obviously, in a situation like a pandemic, things can happen quickly. You know, there's no way to legislate a virus. If it comes on strong, we've got to be nimble and we've got to change. But I think to that extent, we need to be consistent. So with that, Chief Lewis, I'd invite you to give us your presentation and some of the thoughts you have on the subject.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. If the slides are queued up, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. There we go. Perfect. So to start off the presentation to the council and to the community, I think that it's really important that the community understands where the police department is coming from in any request for enforcement on these COVID-related matters or rules, and in the manner which we would do it. So for those of you that know me and my philosophy, I'm a big proponent of procedurally just policing. And real quick background on what procedural justice is. It has 4 tenets. One is fairness, 2 is transparency, the other is an opportunity for input or voice, and then of course impartiality in the way we make decisions. I think that all of these are my guiding precepts when it comes to when we look at any controversial subject in particular. And of course we know that this topic is everything controversial. Next slide. So the goals and intent, that's the other thing that I think that really needs to be made clear to the community, to the businesses, and coming from the council and from my department. We talked about the need for fairness. Any initiative that we start that would have any type of enforcement component, I think we have to make sure and assure the community that it's going to be fair. Otherwise, that has to be the founding block to whatever we're going to build. The goal and intent is to make it an even playing field for the community and the businesses. I think that take out any of the politicized aspects of this, whether you agree with the governor or you don't. We all have a set of edicts or rules that have funneled from the state to the county and now to the city, which many in the community, at least the feedback that I have, and we can get into that in a little bit in one of the meetings I recently attended, where they feel that there is imbalance currently in the business community with respect to those that are following the rules, those that are attempting to follow the rules, and those that are just thumbing their nose. I think it's super important that we look and provide the community a voice in whatever decision that we make in this. And that's a big component of what we're going to discuss as I roll out this potential option for the council to consider. Of course, the initiative has to be responsible. It has to be able to balance those things and achieve the goals that we've identified and overcome those challenges. And of course, we want to keep businesses open. That's really, what our whole conversation has been about the last couple council meetings, is how do we balance public health with the need to, for people to provide for their families, to keep their doors open. And that flows into the very last point, which whatever we do, it needs to reflect our community values. This isn't a Police Chief Ty Lewis decision or any individual that is going to espouse their values on this community. It has to be, whatever we do, that voice and decision making has to reflect what we're all about as Paso Robles. Next slide. So the challenges, and I think this is part of realizing where we are in the stream of time, and I don't think anybody's going to be shocked by this. Of course, there's, we're having health challenges, we're having economic challenges. There's a lot of confusion, as Mr. Dougherty brought up in his comments. There's a lot of public debate that's been going on at the council level, within our families, within our circles, within the business community. There's a lot of anger out there about decisions that are being made and how it impacts us. There's been little support or guidance to law enforcement on this matter. So even though there has been a lot of discussion at the state level and at the county level, there's also a lot of finger pointing going on, and there's very little guidance that's being given from anybody or leadership on this, on how to best tackle this, what the expectations are, and how it's going to be accomplished. And of course, there's that perception of unfairness. The rules just aren't fair. We're in lockdown with a, depending on what your beliefs are or what statistics you look at as to hospital occupancy, regionalization, all of this comes back to whether what we're being asked to do is fair or not. And of course, the lack of uniformity in enforcement. There isn't any two cities, I think, that are taking the exact same approach to this. We've had various leaders in law enforcement and in politics expressing different opinions about how they're going to handle it in their community, and which causes even more confusion. Next slide. So the keys to success. Again, we have to have leadership. I think that leadership, like the council displayed Thursday, and again tonight by tackling this, but it's at all levels, not with just the council. And that's one of the reasons why I think it's important for us tonight to finally start moving the ball forward with the help of our stakeholders in the community, the chamber, the Wine Country Alliance, all the business, Main Street. To create this equity, to be able to report openly and honestly in open session and council meetings, through newsletters, whatever it takes to get that word out there, establish that credibility, and then come up with a shared community solution. Next slide. So leadership, when we talk about that, I think this is what the crux of it is. And I apologize if this is rudimentary to some folks, but I think it's important to reinforce. The goal of leadership is to influence and positively impact behaviors, attitudes, opinions, and the choices of others. And that's really what this is all about, is exercising leadership for Paso Robles. We can't control what goes on outside of our city, but we can control the leadership and the initiatives and the actions that we take here. Next slide. So the facts. This is the sugar-coated, remove any kind of statistics. There is a pandemic. We know what's going on. We know, I call it an STD. It's a socially transmitted disease. We know people are getting sick. We have an economy built around socializing, especially here in Paso Robles. We depend on tourism. We have state and county orders. Some are following, some don't. Some businesses are being devastated by what's going on. This is highly politically charged and people are very angry. Next slide. So equity, the equity factor is real, and I think it's important for us to talk about. It's irrational and powerful. It has everything to do with leadership's effectiveness and community engagement. And why I say it's irrational is there's several studies, and we can get into those, but they've actually done studies looking at MRI machines. When people have been faced with something that they don't feel is fair, even if later they're giving some sort of fair deal, once they form that opinion that the trust has been broken, that equity factor, as it's known, will cause people to act irrationally. And I'm afraid that's where we're going if we don't start exercising strong leadership on this matter moving forward. Next slide. Transparency. We have to make sure that the rules are clear, the process is clear, and the process and the results are not hidden from anybody. No secrets. Next slide. Credibility. This program and initiative has to have credibility at all levels. From the city leadership, we have to act with integrity, demonstrate good intent, and acknowledge our capabilities and responsibilities. That last bullet point is something I want everybody to reflect upon, because are we capable of more, and do we have a responsibility to do more is the question. Next slide. Our shared values. So we talked about procedurally just policing, and it emphasizes how the relationship between the police and the community, what we share. I can tell you right now that my police officers absolutely loathe the idea of taking any type of enforcement action against our business community or against anybody, because this is something, they live in this community. They know many of these people, and it's such a politically charged. There's 50% of the people on one side and 50% on the other side, and they do not want to do anything that's going to tip the balance of public support for our police department, for the rule of law, and what they've worked so hard to build over the last few years to be put in jeopardy. They don't want anything to divide the community. They work hard to bring everybody together. After all, we're peacekeepers. We don't like to stir the pot. So all of these values, they have to be made upon common conception of what social order is and how it should be maintained. We do that by encouraging collaborative, voluntary maintenance of already law-abiding community. So we live in a good community. We don't have criminals running businesses. They want to abide by the law. They want to do things right. We have to share that value and respect and honor it. Next slide. So our needs. We need to balance the health and the economy. We need to bring the community together, and we need to provide leadership. Next slide. So here's the proposal. As we've discussed at length, we don't want to criminalize any of the business owners. The DA's office has stated that they're not going to prosecute any of these cases unless they're really egregious. So how do we do it? Well, we do it through complaint-driven enforcement. As we've discussed earlier, we don't have the resources to go out and be completely proactive in this manner, nor did it appear that the council or anybody in the business world has an appetite for that at this time. I mentioned earlier in my comments that I'm hoping that we can do this through a consortium of sorts, where we can bring various city departments together to help do the heavy lifting when we look into these complaints, maybe through community development, using planners, building inspectors, fire personnel, and police personnel to help, with this community effort. Next slide. So how does this work? So it all starts with an investigation of some sort. All of these complaints, as I suggested, should continue to flow through the county. When they come through the county, then they have to be investigated at whatever level. In the initial stages, the Chamber of Commerce has graciously offered to help us educate the community and to look into these various complaints and kind of triage them unless they're readily apparent that there's some sort of egregious behavior. If the council, or excuse me, the Chamber of Commerce and their progressive actions isn't able to achieve compliance to some of these violations, then that's when we would get involved at the city level to determine what our next steps are, which would require another investigation to ask the chamber what they did, what they found out, and gather more facts if necessary to be able to achieve what we call a prima facie finding. Prima facie means on the face of it. So it's evidence based upon what seems to be the truth when we first saw or heard it. Of course, from that, we have the option at that point, if we find that it's an egregious violation, to issue an administrative citation. I'm going to back up a little bit and mention I talked to you about how my officers aren't particularly happy about this. So I've made the personal decision that if the council decides that this is something that we're interested in, that the community agrees that this is something that's interested in, any administrative cite would come from my office, signed by me directly. I would review every case, understand the facts before issuing any type of citation to make sure it meets those community goals and values that I talked about earlier. Of course, if a citation is issued, they can pay the fine if they don't want to contest it, but we could also set up an appeal mechanism, which I think would be unique to anywhere, at least in this county, if not beyond. Next slide. So an appeals panel, community-based approach to determining, what those shared community values are. It could be a 3 to 5 person community-based body appointed by the city manager, which this process is outlined in our Paso Robles Municipal Code on how to appeal, as well as the fines. Of course, this panel would have to be comprised of credible and respected members of the community. And my understanding is that we have some of these types of panels, peer review panels, already in place, maybe in the building department when there's grievances regarding differences of opinion. I think that a similar model could be applied if somebody were to receive a citation for a violation of one of the health orders and determine whether or not there really was an egregious factor to this, or let the business owners face their peers and explain why they should have violated the rules and why they were appropriate or mitigating circumstances. So this community panel would be able to hear the facts and make findings. They could uphold or dismiss violations. They could determine the appropriate sanction based upon our community values and the fines that are enumerated already within the Paso Robles Municipal Code. Next slide. So the fines, this is another departure from things that we haven't done here, but I think would be an interesting twist to this, would be to be able to put all the money that was collected in fines into a specially earmarked account within the city to redistribute back to our business communities. Any fines, this isn't a money-making venture for the police department or for the city in general. We want to see businesses survive. We're not looking at trying to be overly burdensome. But if there was an appropriate fine collected, then I think it would also be appropriate to redistribute that money back to the community, back to our businesses. Next slide. So here's how the process would work in visual terms. So you can see again at the very top, we have to get a complaint that comes in. These would all be funneled through the county, as we've talked about at length over the last couple meetings. They would then be transferred over to the Chamber of Commerce for an initial finding or investigation for their progressive actions in trying to educate and bring people along to make sure that we're achieving those community values and goals that we talked about. If they make a finding that isn't true, then they can say, look, we don't think that there's anything that needs to be done any further, and report back to the police department so we can close the case. If there is a finding that someone is violating, then of course the police department and this consortium, if formed, would take a look at it and gather the facts and take it a step further. Now, this, of course, again, we're trying to follow a progressive pattern of not being overly critical of these kind of situations or heavy-handed, and we would of course want to start off with warnings if appropriate. If the warnings are heeded, then we could close the case without any further action. Of course, we could go for a super egregious violator, say that we had somebody that knew they were sick, working with the sick. We could go straight to the county. We could go to the city attorney and talk about things involving the courts and temporary restraining orders, closing businesses and those kind of things. But those certainly would be reserved for the most extreme cases, which I don't think anybody has seen in this county that I'm aware of. Of course, and then the moderate approach to this would be issuing an administrative citation, as we've discussed. If you receive an administrative citation, then you would have a couple options. You could pay the fine immediately, correct the action, pay the fine, and continue your business with amended business practices. Or if you felt there were mitigating circumstances that you didn't agree with the findings, you could appeal it. And as we talked about, then if the appeal went through, it would go to the community-based appeal panel, and they would make a finding. Again, if it was sustained, of course, there would be a fine potentially involved, or the panel could refer to the city attorney again for further action. If it's not sustained, then the case would be closed. Next slide. So I ran this idea after discussion with various stakeholder groups. I listened to a group of about 36 people on a Zoom meeting that was held by the Chamber of Commerce. Wine Country Alliance was there. Business owners of various restaurants and others were there. And their comments across the board with this is a willingness to explore it, to support it. Let's try it. We need something. We need to be on the same page. Those were the comments that came out of that meeting. Next slide. So with that, that is the basic concept, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Chief. We appreciate the work that went into that. Let's get some questions and comments from the council now. Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ty, yeah, that was an excellent presentation and great idea that you've come up with. And I'm all for this. Personally, I think I said originally that I don't want to make our restaurant tiers a criminal. However, again, we also need to work together that is fair and reasonable and, level playing field for all, and, that they have a voice. But what I kind of looking at your tier here of the procedures, I hope we don't ever go there. And you said it hasn't really happened in the county, but if it does, where we have to end up having our city attorney get involved, I mean, that's going to cost taxpayers a lot of money to make that be effective. And that's where I would think the fine should be open-ended, that if we have to go that far, that the business owner needs to know that he's going to be responsible for attorney fees as well. What's your opinion on something like that? Or maybe Kimberly can weigh in.
Yeah, I would refer to our city attorney to speak to those type of aspects.
Sure. So the administrative citation provisions in the municipal code, assuming it's sustained or there's no appeal, then allows the city to recover its collection costs according to proof. So it is, there's obviously a cost involved in trying to pursue those costs, but there is a means in your administrative citation provisions to try and recover those fines and costs. It's not always necessarily easy to do, but there is a provision in there that would allow the opportunity to try to do so.
Very good. And as far as your opinion with regard to taking it on personally, Ty, I think again, I think the council ought to be right there on your letter as well. I mean, this is important to have a show of unity in the council and leadership. Again, is that this is important that if you're going to have to go to this point with a letter and directly to the owner, that you need to know that we have your back as well, and that as well as the business group that we would put together. I think that's really, really important that this individual would know that he's got a lot of people wanting him to comply, and it's just not you. So Yeah, that would be a great. I appreciate this. This is really, I think, a good tool at this point in time. If we're going to come down to this helpful point to keep our businesses open, they need to understand there's going to have to be some rules. It's not unlimited open. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief Lewis. Totally appreciate that, and I'm in awe. I think that is so well thought out and so appropriate that I'm 100% ready to support that approach and that solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. I also agree. You know, in our community, we always look to our chief for enforcement rules, and I really appreciate all the work that you put into this. I think, you know, with everything, we need to have rules. We obviously didn't know that this pandemic was going to last this long. And so we definitely have to have rules for this to be able to, you know, let the community know that we're on top of it. We are showing leadership. I really appreciate this. And yes, I will back you all the way, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, thank you, Ty. That was a great presentation, and I think that keeps us in our intent with what we were talking about Thursday and gives some clarity to all the community members and business members in our city, and I'm fully supportive of that document. Thank you.
Thank you. Ty, a quick question for you, and I think this is kind of the heart of the matter for our restaurant people, and that is the level of restrictions that we're going to be responding to. Last week, we were very adamant about trying to keep at the purple tier level, which within our jurisdiction is one thing, but we don't countermand, we can't override state mandates, which means businesses that depend on things like ABC licenses and other licensures could be at risk. Going forward with the plan you've proposed, how are you going to integrate which level of restrictions for review?
You bet. That's a great question. So I think that upon reflecting upon this a little bit, I think that there are some restrictions that have gone across all the orders that we've had. For instance, you know, business owners required to wear masks when they serve, or their employees. I think that at least at this point, that I'm not aware of any time where you know, that hasn't been required. So I think no matter or despite what tier we may be in, and we're going to have to do some research and some homework on this to kind of condense down what restrictions, you know, go across all of these tiers. I think that those are probably the low-hanging fruit that we could look to the community and say, look, this has never been okay. Why are you doing it? And be able to start there. I'm very hopeful that the persuasive ways of Gina and the chamber will be able to resolve most of these. But certainly we're going to have to look at these individually on a case-by-case basis. I think that's the benefit of running this also through the county, is being able to have their expert opinion on what is egregious. And being able to look at these. But I think that, yes, you know, if the council's desire is for us to kind of look to some of these other restrictions that we've worked under and find commonalities, that's the place that we would start.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
Yeah, Mr. Ty, I mean, I'm just thinking as we start to drill down in this kind of a design, would it think it would be helpful to possibly have an ad hoc of a couple councilmen working with you and the restaurateur group that we might want to form to get this thing launched and again, designed such that everybody's still on the same page?
I think that there's a couple responses to that, Councilman. I think that one is that certainly the enforcement aspect of this, we don't necessarily want to politicize, and no offense to the council, but having having you well aware of what's going on and what enforcement action. I am happy to do that. As we're doing with these COVID reports, I think that we can keep the council well informed on what actions, how many cases we've investigated, what we found, who the egregious violators are, if there are any. That's part of that whole transparency process. I think the other part of this is that time is of the essence. If we're going to undertake such an initiative, we need to get something up and going pretty quick, because there are businesses that are hurting out there. And that's probably been the biggest motivating factor for me, is to be able to help our business community and support the chamber, support Main Street and these other groups that are really working hard to create a level playing field. The last thing that I'd like to remember also as an option for the council is a lot of these fines, there might be a way, if we work with the city attorney, to explore is maybe the deferral of some of these fines until we get past this COVID time as well. So I think that there are some options.
Mr. Mayor, are we still in questions?
We are. It's your turn.
Thank you. I'll wait then.
No. We've had public comment, Fred.
Oh, we've had public comment.
Yes.
Well then, I'd like to make one suggestion to our chief. And I cannot say for certain that this is true, but I have heard that it might be very useful for his people in his department to communicate with their peers at the county and state level in their policing agencies to please cooperate and follow the rules. Unfortunately, there are too many reports of them not following these same rules in our jurisdiction. And I would hope that that's not true. And if there's any possibility I hope that we can communicate with them and ask them to please be helpful and not hurtful to this situation.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia, further comments?
Well, I just want to be sure that the chief has everything he needs. And so as far as the task force and the framework to that, I hear you loud and clear that you're going to get that the time is of the essence. But I just want to know if there needs to be any more clarity on the activities that are going to be allowed.
Yeah, Councilwoman, I think that is going to be part of this whole refining process, and the transparency is that since this is something so unique that I think that we're going to have to refine it over time. I think that we will stick with some of these, what we consider the most egregious violations, coordinating that information with the county health department, and then being able to kind of have a peer review process here within the city. I think that there's a lot of good judgment out there. And then, of course, we wouldn't take any action unless there's, consensus within the community that this has risen to that level of egregiousness.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I just have a quick question on for us to continue on in this action. Is it proper just to, I guess this is a question for Kimberly, do we just make an amendment to what we said last Thursday so that we have this methodology in place to make that work better?
Well, I don't know that you necessarily need an amendment, just I think a clarification. I think the comments about the purple tier were obviously, a means of trying to determine what was an egregious violation. And so I think it's just more of a clarification of the path forward and the enforcement approach. Okay.
That was my question, and I'm ready to make a clarification comment when necessary, Steve.
Okay, thank you. We'll go around again. I just wanted to make a couple of points here. I think that this action tonight that I hear coming, I think we have a lot of consensus again, is both a clarification and an implementation of the action that we took last week. I would think any action the council takes implementing this program as proposed would also include our intent to have an update during our regular COVID-19 updates on every city council agenda, and that any budget consideration should be presented to us as soon as possible. Those would be my points of interest in that. So Mr. Gregory, did you have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I had a question.
I thought we were going around again.
I'm sorry, you're right. I misspoke. Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, not so much a question, but maybe a statement. Now we're getting down to this a little bit. We really have not clarified, I think, to staff, and this is, again, in regard to the fact that we're not going to be meeting here for another 3 to 4 weeks, that if we indeed did get down to that less than 15% ICU bed capacity, that I think we should be willing to make a special meeting to come back and talk about this. It's important, again, to me that, we have certain restrictions, and that's one of them for me, is that, that capacity is super important, as Jonathan's mentioned as well, not only for COVID, but the other emergencies that, we have to have the capacity. So what I think, and we really haven't said anything in our direction here to staff about that part of it. So if you guys have some opinion on that, you might want to toss that around.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Well, I've already said that I think we should be open to special meetings if they're necessary. And I think situations are going to determine whether they're necessary. But the other thing, I want it clear that we are expressing our desire to be in the purple tier. But the governor is very clearly at the moment, until we get out of that Southern California group, at least, possibly beyond that, even depending upon circumstances, that the stay-at-home order is a state order, and it has consequences for our businesses. And I don't think that we should say, just thumb our nose at the order. I think we have to live with what we have to live with, but do everything we can to get into something a little more liberal. In the meantime, we can use the best interpretation of it that we possibly can to help our businesses in the process. So I don't want to say we are back in the purple tier. If the purple tier is not in agreement with the governor's order. I believe it is the highest tier, but evidently the stay-at-home order goes a little beyond the tier, and I really don't want to have us take a public statement, a public stance, thumbing our nose at a state order until the courts clarify that maybe it's not valid because it doesn't have the force and effect of law.
Thank you. For your information and for the information of those listening in, after our last meeting, I did issue a statement to the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce to that effect. Also was on KSBY TV, also was on Dave Congleton, and I forget the other one. Anyway, that statement has been made several times publicly, point taken. Anything else, Fred?
No, sir. That's it. I just want to make sure that the public understands that we're not saying that in Paso Robles you can tell the state to go to hell, because I don't think that's correct.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. And I just want to add, if we can get, as soon as the task force and the chief gets everything together, if we could please get a list of that so that we can share it with our groups and our residents as soon as possible. That would be great. Just, the list of activities that will be accepted and or approved or not approved. If temperatures are going to be a part of it, with rain coming or in the cold temperatures, things like that, I would really want an update on that, as soon as they get that worked out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I would concur with Councilman Hammond's comment about 15% remaining beds in our county. I think we need to clarify that.
Yeah.
And I think that this is a fair and responsible way to move ahead. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay. If there's no further comment, do we have a motion?
This is Steve Gregory, and I don't know if we need a motion, but I'll make it anyway. So I make a motion that we include Ty Lewis's protocol for egregious activities and how to resolve those, to deliver more clarity to the public and our businesses, and to also keep a eye on the amount of beds available. Those below 15%, that we have a mandatory emergency meeting.
Will you include in that motion regular updates as part of our COVID report, and then also any budgetary impacts?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
Hammond seconded it.
Very good. We have a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. Comments on the motion, please, Mr. Hammond?
I'm just a little suspect. I mean, like Fred, I'm not believing everything I'm hearing. I really am not, with the fact that we're not seeing any flu cases when we should be seeing flu cases. I'm really suspect. And this it goes down to trust in government at this point. And who's to say that, they may just put a regular person into ICU just to take out that bed and affect change, the way they want sometimes. I'm just a little suspect. I hope that's not the case. But on the other hand, again, this would, I think, be clarity for our staff, show some, again, needed leadership with regard to what we want to see in Paso Robles, and also with restrictions to our restaurateurs to basically be fair and reasonable amongst themselves and make a level playing field. So if this achieves that, I'm all over it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
I can agree with all of that. And I don't necessarily trust the figures 100%, but that's all we have to go by at this point in time. And until we can show that there is a disparity and that there are mistakes made, I think we have to go with what we have. So I'll support the motion with those understandings.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, I just want to add that, we also have to think about the health side of this. And just like Chief Stronetta was saying, that we're understaffed in the city. So, we just need to remember that and be safe, and just keep sending the message out to the community that everybody, whether it's the flu or if it's the pandemic or the COVID, we just need to keep trying to be safe and wash our hands and wear our masks and try to stay home as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
This is Tom. Could I ask a few questions? Because I'm not sure I understand the motion, so I can't put it into effect if I don't understand it.
Sure.
So as I heard the motion, in no particular order, we were going to ensure we include Chief Lewis's protocol for achieving compliance, probably a better word, for achieving compliance with egregious activities, the goal of which is to bring clarity, transparency, consistency, and equity to the process. That we are going to keep an eye on the number of ICU beds available. Now, I think what was meant there, but I'm not sure, is that the council is directing staff to enforce to the purple tier until in this county, the number of ICU beds gets below 15%, and then we would enforce to the stay-at-home order. The concern I have with that is it puts businesses in jeopardy. So it's pretty straightforward for restaurants and parklets, but what about, for example, the personal services businesses that under the purple tier could be open with restrictions, but under the stay-at-home order can't be open? Are you saying that we are to allow them to stay open in violation of the state's stay-at-home order, given that even though they could be putting themselves at considerable risk of state enforcement? And I'm worried not only about the message that sends to the public, but the message that sends to the state. It's saying very clearly the city is going to both directly and explicitly allow businesses to violate the state's order. The next part of the motion was to bring updates back at each council meeting as part of our COVID-19 update. I think I understand that. next part is to bring any budgetary impacts back to the council. I think I understand that. Also schedule any special meetings as needed. What I would also ask to add to that is that we, as the mayor said, we need to act quickly, but also the process that Chief Lewis outlined has a lot of people and procedures involved, and we need to make sure we've figured those out, and maybe even, I'm not sure it's necessary, but make sure we bring those back to the appropriate groups, including the council if necessary, in case there are any issues arise. But that's how I understand the motion. And my primary concern, of course, is the phrase "keep an eye on the number of ICU beds available," because I really don't know what that means. I am interpreting it, but I could be absolutely wrong.
So let's, Mr. Gregory, as the maker of the motion, do you have any explanation for that question? Did you have anything in mind when you made the motion?
Sure, that the number of beds gets down to 15% for ICU.
Well, I understand that, but what does keeping our eye on it mean? Is there an action that we take when we're above 15% that's different from an action we take when we're below 15%? What does it mean?
When it approaches 15%, we call a special meeting, we take action.
So no difference in enforcement at this point. We're enforcing to the stay-at-home order, and then if we get in this county below 15%, we come to the council, or we're enforcing at purple until then. What are you directing us to do?
Up to the council to make a decision.
Yeah, Tom, let me take a stab at that. What I was trying to get at is that this order of direction to work within the purple tier can go only as far as the ICU beds will allow. And that's, to me, that's a factor that we need to keep an eye on. And if that does drop down, then I would suspect that we should have then a special meeting to discuss our next point and give direction at that to you. Does that make it more clear? Again,
Councilman Strong, and if that's the clarification, and I said I would not support this motion if it thumbed its nose at the state order, then I'll have to change my vote to no.
Councilwoman Garcia?
Well, like I said, I really would like to know what the activities are. I don't want our hair salons and barbershops to get into any kind of trouble, any kind of businesses that have that personal care.
So, 2 steps back. Last week, we supported the purple tier restrictions in the city of Paso Robles. The refinement of that report back on that is that's all well and good, city of Paso Robles, but if the state has more restrictive orders in effect, you can't countermand them. So the question is, are we, as the city manager has asked, until we go below 15% ICU bed capacity, are we going to flout state orders? Because right now,
my position, and my position is I cannot support the motion if it is calling upon us to violate the state orders. I'm sorry.
Any further comment?
Mr. Mayor, I would say we're not going to violate. We're just not going to enforce the rule. I mean, in other words, this is putting back on tie, but our direction is to not criminalize somebody that's trying to keep their business open with reasonable restrictions. Okay, so that's my point. And that call it purple tier or whatever, we're going to allow them to operate their business to this level, but not flagrantly getting disregard for any of the different tiers, in my opinion. I don't, like I said, originally, officially or unofficially, however we want to do this, the point is we govern ourselves, and the state does not have a whole lot of people running around all over, but I'm looking for these kind of people. But On the other hand, we don't want to make ourselves a flag either. And I think the plan that Ty had brought up with regard to our self-discipline and self-fining would keep everybody in order. And I'm thinking more, again, the restaurants right now. But that's why I'm saying, for me as a trigger, that safety is the number one concern. If we do see that, again, we're really getting to the point where the ICUs are going to be an issue, that's a point where we need to come back together and discuss this. But at this point, we've given direction that we're going to allow our police department to, what we just said, basically with precautions and allowing business to work within that purple tier. But I don't want to say that we're going to flagrantly just disregard the state. It's just that, we need to make it such that our business concern.
The thing is, it's difficult to see a way to have it both ways. I've got a question for the police chief. If your program is implemented, how you handle a complaint now along these lines?
Sure, Your Honor. And I think to bring a little clarity to maybe some of the things the council has talked about, I don't think it's unprecedented at the state or the federal level for certain laws not to be enforced. And probably the biggest transition that I can tell you about in recent years pertains to marijuana. So for a while there, either at the state or federal level, there's been communities that have not enforced or directed their police departments not to do things. Now, I don't want to go down that road of picking and choosing what we're going to do, but I can tell you that I think that when we look at all of these different tiers, we have the option of looking at the most flagrant violations that are really going to put the community at risk, and without regard to the politics of this. And that's the whole reason for bringing these minds together, is to be able to identify those. I appreciate Councilwoman Garcia's comments as well about trying to understand how and when we're going to do that. And I think that there again, it's we're focused on community health as well as community economic vitality. And threading that needle is going to be a challenge, but I think that we can rise to it. To answer your question, Mr. Mayor, about how am I going to handle a complaint that comes in from day one, at this point, we don't have the whole process set up. We don't have the all of this in place. I don't have a consortium built. The city manager hasn't appointed anybody to a hearing board, so we have a lot of work to get done in a short amount of time. And we will continue business as usual with respect to the way we're handling complaints currently until such a time we have the process fully vetted and in place.
So I want to make sure I understand that. I understand, there's like an infrastructure to put in place to make this plan work. That's going to take a while. When the infrastructure is in place, you will have community input into tempering the extent and nature of law enforcement in this issue, which is good because it covers all the buy-in points and the transparency and the other issues that you discussed earlier. Between now and the time that is ready to go, what is our current stance?
Our current stance is that we receive and log all the complaints that come in from the various sources, whether it's the county, our dispatch, or other sources. We have our one of our part-time code enforcement people look into these complaints, and we're also forwarding them to the chamber for the chamber to begin contacts. And so we're still working through all of that. But that is the current procedure, and it's all education based at this point, based upon our conversations and direction from council at previous council meetings.
Okay, further
so
comments?
maybe I could give a few examples. So for instance, last Thursday, Ms. McDonald talked about the 3 restaurants downtown that are still serving indoors. As I understand the council's direction, the city would refer that complaint to the chamber. The chamber would talk to those 3 restaurants. May actually be more than that by now, but let's talk about those 3. And those would be in the process that the chief and the chamber have already put in place. and only if we're able to very quickly get up the panels and appeal process and whatever else would it go to that. But the council's immediate direction would be to continue what we're doing and enforce, achieve compliance to the purple level immediately, and then, as the chief talked about, as soon as we can, get that additional process up to speed. I also would like to reply to Councilmember Hammond on the self-enforcing and self-triggering aspects of this. That's not what our code requires for appeal panels or appeal hearing officers for administrative citations. I'm required to appoint someone who is seen as neutral and credible. That person can certainly be advised by downtown business people, but that person would be required to make a decision on the appeal based on the standards then in effect. And so it would not be self-enforcing and self-triggering. Certainly with the chamber taking the initial action when a complaint comes in, there is some element of the business community taking the initial action. But when it gets to an appeal process, it is not self-enforcing and self-triggering. And I just want to make sure we're all consistent on that.
Okay, further council comments or questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I still want to clarify one thing. Are we saying that some businesses do not have to abide by the state regulations? Or that we are not going to in any way enforce it, even if they're egregious and flagrant?
No, we're not saying that.
Can anyone answer that? Because I'll move reconsideration if that's what this motion says.
Hey, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Can you read the part related to that to Fred Strong from the letter you published?
I certainly can. Let me pull that up, if you'll give me a second. Okay, so sorry, I'm having to pull it up. Sarah, do you have the press release handy? Because that was a version, the final version of that. Mr. Mayor, if you could just give us a second.
Yep, I'm pulling it up right now. Just a second.
We're patient.
Yes, Tom, would you like me to read the part that restates or summarizes the motion?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Council agreed to continue with the existing stated course of empathy and education, working with the Chamber of Commerce to assist local businesses in understanding and meeting requirements, to allow the county public health officer to designate what is egregious or flagrant violation of those requirements, to authorize the mayor to work with other cities in the county to request that the governor remove SLO County from the Southern California region, and to indicate its support for returning the county to the purple or most restrictive tier.
Thank you, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we are supporting returning to it. We are not actually returning to it at this point in time. Is that correct?
That was the action the council took last Thursday. It's not clear to me yet whether you are amending that with respect to that issue tonight or not.
Well, perhaps the maker of the motion can say, are we then suspending our compliance with the governor's order?
So the motion last week, Fred, was to allow us to operate at the purple level because the state included us in in the counties that were not at the numbers we are today. And
so your answer is yes, that this does take us out of the the current mandate.
I'm not directing what I'm recommending. The motion last week was to let our businesses go back to the purple tier, that they follow the safety protocols of COVID, and they abide by whatever enforcement that we come up with, which we came up with.
Is that the motion again this week or not?
The motion this week is to accept Ty Lewis's procedure and the process of enforcement, so there's clarity.
So it says nothing about changing that aspect of the old direction.
It just allows their businesses to operate under the protocol of the COVID protocol at the purple level. And we're not flying anything in the face of the governor. We're letting the enforcement happen the way Ty Lewis is presenting it.
I'm sorry. I have difficulty understanding that this is not saying businesses can function under the purple tier, and we're all right with it. Because that is fine in the face of the governor. And I would move reconsideration to amend that.
We have a motion on the floor, and that's your opinion, Mr. Cohn.
The motion has actually been passed. So the motion to reconsider, is there a second? Motion dies for a lack of a second. Is there an additional motion?
Mr. Mayor, can I change my vote on the previous motion, or is that too?
Yes.
I choose to change my vote to no.
Very good. 4-1. Mr. Frucci, do you have the clarity you need, or we need to keep going on this?
No, sir, I do not feel that I have the needed clarity. I believe the motion you took last week was to say that you recognize that it's the state that determines what the restrictions are, that the city of Paso Robles has no ability to change the state's restrictions, that you indicated the strong preference, I believe it was a 5-0 motion, strong preference that the city be returned to the purple tier, and that the council directed the mayor to work with the other cities to achieve that, but that it was important that the businesses in the community know that any business for which the restrictions are different between the purple tier and the stay-at-home, they need to know that the state or the county could enforce the stay-at-home restrictions, but that the city would not be initiating enforcement action.
That I can agree with, and if that's the case now, I'll leave my vote as a yes.
That was my understanding of the motion. Mr. Gregory, would you tell us if that was the intent of your motion?
So, Tom, would you repeat the last two sentences?
Sure. So, and I think these are the crux of the matter, that the state sets the standards. The city cannot change those standards. The state, as Mr. Strong, I think, very clearly said, and I like the way he said it, that there are 4 tiers, but the state has now put an overlay on the purple tier. And until that overlay is removed, the state is saying that there are certain businesses that now have greater restrictions placed upon them than only the purple tier would say. They now have additional restrictions. And so, for example, personal services businesses, which were allowed to be open with modifications in the purple tier, are now required to be closed. Big difference for certain businesses. Other businesses may be minor differences, other businesses may be no difference. But we have to be very clear, I think, so that the businesses for which there are significant differences know what those differences are, know what the risks are if they choose to operate at the purple tier as opposed to the purple tier with a stay-at-home overlay. So what I believe the motion was last week is that the city council made a very strong statement. It believes the purple tier is the appropriate tier for the city because of the ICU and hospital numbers here in SLO County. And we're still somewhere around, and it's a difficult calculation, but we're somewhere around 40% ICU beds available right now in SLO County. But as we've seen in just the last week, Ventura County dived in terms of its available ICU beds. So the council's saying, we absolutely strongly believe we should be in the purple tier. We recognize we don't have any say over that. Businesses and individuals need to make an informed and intelligent decision, and that's part of what our partnership with the chamber is to do, to make sure they understand the implications of their decision. Because if a business operates consistent with the purple tier, council's direction last week was the city would not initiate enforcement action. What your direction is tonight, I believe, is that if the business is operating at a red tier or an orange tier, we could initiate enforcement action to achieve compliance, but that the business would still be at risk of the state or the county saying, you're not adhering to the stay-at-home order, and therefore the state or county could initiate compliance over those businesses that the state or the county have direct responsibility for, such as restaurants, wineries, tasting rooms, personal services, establishments, and the like.
So that motion sounds pretty clear to me from last week. And the only thing we're doing is we're clarifying the offenders, the egregious offenders. So
Okay, Mr. Mayor, in that case, I won't change my vote. If all we're doing is defining the mechanism we're going to use locally to determine the enforcement we're going to apply, I can keep my vote as a yes. I just want to make sure we didn't change the vote from last week.
Thank you. Mr. Frucci, do you now have clarity, or we still have to go over it again?
I believe I have clarity, Your Honor, and I thank you for providing the opportunity to make sure I understood the motion.
Well, it does us no good to take action if you don't understand what we need to have done. So I hope it's clear, and I hope it's clear to the community. I hope we haven't confused the issue again where people are just shaking their heads, but I'm clear with it. So any further comment, Mr. Hammond?
Other than, again, this is a state law over our Paso Robles city, and we're choosing not to enforce it. However, businesses at their discretion need to know that they can also be fined and enforced through state and county agencies, not just Paso Robles. So I think that's important. I think through this policy that we're going to be developing, I think they all know the rules and the risks for them to proceed. I think that's important to note.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Strong, anything else?
No, I think it's clear that if they flagrantly violate, we're still going to enforce, but it has to be flagrant.
Yeah. Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir. I got it.
Mr. Gregory?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. The motion's been passed. It is now 5-0 again. We're going to move on to item number 14, and someday we'll have an agenda with no words COVID-19 on it, but that day is not today. Item number 14 is COVID-19 Business Assistance and Economic Recovery Program. Mr. Sloan?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'll wait for Mr. Frace to pull up the PowerPoint presentation. There we go. And as you said, Mr. Mayor, there are the words COVID-19, which we hope to see no longer present in the near future. As it's noted on the screen, I'll be presenting some information on a proposed Business Assistance and Economic Recovery Program. Next slide, please. Just a few points as background here. Our restaurant community, as has been the conversation this evening, is a critical part of the Paso Robles tourism ecosystem, both downtown and beyond. Domestic visitor spending trends, as reported by Tourism Economics, indicate that nearly 30% of spending by visitors goes to our restaurants. And the Central Coast Economic Forecast has indicated that restaurants remain one of the hardest hit sectors of the pandemic. In the context of these conditions, the city has established a successful parklet program to support local restaurants for outdoor dining. Next slide, please. The city currently pays approximately $10,000 per month for K-Rail rental to provide secure parklet areas for local restaurants, to provide outdoor dining service. And for those listening online who may not be familiar with the term K-Rails, you can see the K-Rail barriers indicated here in the photo by the yellow arrow. The current funding for the K-Rail program comes from the Federal CARES Act funds allocated to the city, and these funds will expire and be fully expended by the end of this month. Next slide, please. The parklet program was initiated when evening outdoor temperatures were pleasant, but the low temperatures of Paso's winter season can require restaurants to incur additional costs to provide heating for their customers in these outdoor parklet areas. The Chamber of Commerce organized several virtual roundtable discussions with the restaurant hospitality sector to determine costs associated with additional outdoor heating. The Chamber has successfully negotiated a reduced rate for propane fuel that restaurants use in outdoor heaters, along with a cost structure for a propane tank pickup and delivery program. With the Chamber's negotiated rates for a propane program, the local restaurant sector will incur an estimated additional $210,000 in propane fuel cost for 12 weeks of outdoor heating, and this estimation is based on average propane needs for 50 restaurants. Next slide, please. As noted by Chief Lewis, as part of community outreach, there were multiple virtual roundtables organized by the Chamber of Commerce with members of the restaurant and hospitality sector to discuss urgent challenges and needs and near-term potential solutions. There were approximately 30 restaurant representatives that participated in these meetings, along with our stakeholder partners from the Wine Country Alliance and Travel Paso, etc. Next slide, please. Options: take no action, approve the use of $235,000 for business assistance and economic recovery efforts through June 30th of 2021. You can approve an alternative amount and or alternate uses for businesses assistance and economic recovery as stated in a motion, or council can provide alternative direction to staff. Next slide, please. Thanks. Taking no action will mean that the funding for the K-Rails used to protect the parklet areas will expire in December of 2020, and restaurants will bear the full additional expense of heating the outdoor spaces during this winter. Next slide, please. The Business Assistance Economic Recovery Program in option 2 would support the local economy in key areas determined in collaboration with local stakeholders as follows, and there's a few parts to this. For parklet infrastructure at a budget of $60,000, K-Rail rental costs from January through June are estimated to cost $60,000, and given that CARES Act funds have been fully expended and there are no additional federal or state funds available to cities at this time, a general fund allocation is necessary to continue to support parklets in the public right-of-way in a safe manner. Next slide, please. Part 2 of this is the propane heating assistance for outdoor dining, the budget of $100,000. As noted earlier, the Chamber of Commerce would administer a propane heating program to assist local restaurants in addressing the high cost of heating outdoor dining spaces. Local restaurants report that monthly heating costs can be as much as $2,500 in a month, in some cases making it impossible to remain open during our winter months and still cover costs. Propane would be available at a reduced bulk rate, and with the city covering approximately half of the propane costs. The city's funds would be dispersed on a monthly basis to cover up to half the propane costs that local restaurants incur in a total amount not to exceed $100,000. The program would be open to all local restaurants, regardless of location or chamber membership status, for a 12-week period. The chamber, as program administrator, would determine how to maximize equity and access to the program across all businesses in need of assistance. Next slide, please. And the third part of this plan is a budget for economic recovery. While propane costs and parklet infrastructure are the two most pressing business assistance needs, stakeholders have identified a number of current and anticipated needs. With input from stakeholders, these funds would be used for actions such as a buy local campaign to encourage locals to continue to support local businesses this winter, building on the Paso Strong initiative. Potentially a limited program of micro grants for other types of businesses, non-restaurants, etc. Park dining costs in anticipation of a possible need for that program in warmer months, or other measures as determined by a local business input. While this amount will not be sufficient to address the vast need, it will provide some capital that can leverage staff time, stakeholder investment, and potentially donor contributions into making some progress toward economic recovery in the remainder of the current fiscal year. It is worth noting that other local cities are recognizing the need for ongoing support for local businesses and economic recovery from the pandemic. The city of San Luis Obispo recently approved allocating over $3 million for business assistance and economic recovery. And several cities have completed local business grant programs similar to the one that Paso implemented using $200,000 of CARES Act funds. The fiscal year 2021-22 budget development process will allow council and the community an opportunity to determine whether and how to allocate funds in these areas going forward. But there is an immediate role for the city to play in assisting businesses through this challenging winter period of increasing disease spread and resulting restrictions. Next slide, please. Fiscal impact, the total cost of the business assistance and recovery, economic recovery program is $235,000. This was not a budgeted item in the fiscal year 2020-21 budget, and appropriations from the general fund reserves will be required. However, the program will support local businesses and will help keep local businesses and local jobs in place during these challenging fiscal times, thereby supporting the local economy and the tourism industry post-pandemic. Continued closure of local businesses due to the pandemic, absent this assistance, could adversely impact general fund revenues in the future. Next slide, please. Staff recommendation is option number 2, to authorize the city manager to implement the business assistance and economic recovery program for an amount not to exceed $235,000, and to direct staff to come back to council in the later stages of the fiscal year 2021-22 budget development process with results of the investment and recommendations for continued assistance, if necessary, only up until vaccines are widely available. Next slide, please. Staff is available for questions, and also on the line with us is Gina Fitzpatrick, the president and CEO of the Chamber, should you have any questions regarding the Chamber's propane program. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, questions of staff and the Chamber exec, starting with Councilman Hammond.
Mayor Martin?
Yes.
This is Steve. I'm going to recuse myself because it's all about restaurants.
Thank you.
Text me when this project or this part is over. Thank you.
Okay. Record will show that Councilman Gregory has recused himself. Possible conflict of interest, he will be out of the meeting during this discussion. Starting the discussion, Mr. Hammond, or with questions, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question when we started this months ago, I asked Frida, or maybe I'm not sure if it was Julie, but I basically directed them to try to get pricing to buy the K-rails. And I never heard anything back on that. I think, again, it was something we should have done, because this, again, even in the report showing that we're going to spend another $60,000 in between here and June. I just went online while I'm listening to Paul. We can have them here, 100 of them by December 22nd for $40,000. And that was just a quick scan through the internet. I would definitely direct staff at this point that we need to purchase these as a city. Not only now, but in the future, we will use these for other events. Again, it's something that I think we should have done to save money right from the beginning. So maybe is there any comment from staff about the possibility of making that happen?
This is Julie Dolan with, is Frida still here?
I am.
Oh, good.
I can comment on that. When we were directed to put the on-street dining in place, the K-Rail had a 3 to 4 week lead time. So we took the more expeditious route and rented them at $60 a month, which was far below the $317 it takes to get the best rate to get them bought and shipped here. Right now we have 156 K-Rail on the street. It would cost approximately $50,000 to buy them, which is an option, obviously, although storage of the K-Rail, if and when they're replaced, is an issue we have not resolved.
Okay, I think it definitely we can make that happen. In my opinion, it's important that, again, we can use these for other things, Frida. You know that we have a lot of events here that we could use these in different times, but I'm just trying to conserve our tax dollars and use them the best we can. But anyway, that's my main question at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Strong.
Well, you know, along that line, I'm wondering if we could have even used the money to purchase them. I'm trying to think of like FEMA's restrictions. When we got FEMA money for any kind of an emergency, and this is for COVID is considered an emergency, we weren't allowed to buy it. That's why we never bought the pump out in the back of City Hall for the water that was coming up as a geyser. And the rental was more than the cost. But had we purchased it, the government wouldn't have paid a dime. It would have been totally out of our own pocket. So at least this cost so far has been coming out of federal funds, not out of our city funds. If we purchase, we will also have to store somewhere, won't we? Do we have a place to store that many K-Rails? Anyone?
At this point, we do not, at this point in time. No.
Okay. Guys, we just bought the facility out on Dry Creek Road. Okay, there's a lot of space there. It doesn't necessarily have to be undercover either. But
John, that's fine. Let's have staff answer now. That's the future.
Let's do questions. We can discuss options later.
Yeah.
More questions, Fred?
Yeah, no, that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
I'm going to hold to the answer. No
Thank
questions.
you. Any further questions before we go to public comment? Mr. Hammond?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strong?
No more at this time. Probably under discussion, I'll be considering something.
Okay. Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll go to public comment. I show no one in the queue, but Gina Fitzpatrick from the Chamber of Commerce is with us tonight. Gina, do you have anything to add?
Good evening. I was under the impression this would be opened up to many businesses, so retail businesses, etc., those that need propane, not just specific to the restaurant. So I would just like clarification on that, please.
Okay, we'll get an answer on that. Anything else? Okay, I see no one in the queue for public comment. I'll ask staff if they see anything on their screen.
No, sir.
Thank you. We'll close public comment, bring it back to the council for conversation and comment. Mr. Hammond, you're up.
Again, I think that if we're going to do this, it'll be just about a wash. And at the end of that, I'm talking now about buying versus renting for the next 6 months. And I think we're going to need them every bit of the next 6 months. That it'd be better at this point to purchase, and we have, again, plenty of places to store these things. I think, in my opinion, we got under roof and outside of roof, we have places. So the point, though, is to, you know, make something instead of just renting and letting it go. We will retain, and I just brought this up real quick, 160 units delivered here, and it says, again, by December 22nd, $64,000. So, I mean, this is just a quick check, and there's got to be more competitive K-rails out there too. But this is exactly the same K-rail that we're using currently. So I would direct staff at this point to try to find the best price and again, purchase versus rent.
Thank you, Councilman Strong.
I don't disagree with Councilman Hammond as long as we have as long as we intend to use them, or at least as long as it's going to take us to take possession of the larger facility that'll give us more space to store them when they're not in use. So
Thanks.
other than that, I think this is good, and I'm going to continue to try to get federal money, more federal money to help us in some of these programs as well. Thank you.
Very good. Councilwoman Garcia?
And this program, when would it start? I heard Mr. Sloan say that we were be running out of money. So when would general fund money be started? When will it be? When will they be needing it?
The funding for the funding for the K-rail is actually the CARES Act. That will all be gone by the end of this month, December 2020. So for that portion of it anyway, if not the whole thing, would need it very soon.
Okay. And so and that is for, what about the propane?
So the propane, the idea behind the multiple Zoom roundtables that we had was to see what things can we do. We've talked a lot about the things that we can't do, and we're just trying to find what are the things that are possible and what things need to be addressed. And restaurants and some of other entities that are outdoors there, they need to be able to sell food. And so we were looking at the parklets, and as we all saw today, just sort of the rules or the guidelines were clarified at the county level on what can be done in the parklets. And that's a space that works very well, except the weather's changing. So we needed to figure out a way to heat them. So if in fact we'll be using those, as was explained today through the guideline clarification at the county level, we would want to start heating those soon. Now, there are already restaurants heating them, and that's where we got the costs, because the restaurants are already, they've already bought heaters and they're paying the propane. So we were able to find out how many tanks they use, depending on the size of restaurant that they have, or the size of the parklet space, I should say, and the costs. That's where we were able to make the estimations. So as soon as we had the funding for that, working with the chamber, that could start right away as well.
Okay, and you said that was 50? The propane would be for 50 businesses?
When we were estimating the costs that the sector would incur, we were just taking the average amount of propane use per restaurant and then times 50 restaurants as a number to work with. And the city would not be paying for all of that. The city's contribution would be a maximum of $100,000. But when we looked at the average propane use extrapolated to 50 restaurants, it came up to the $210,000. That's with a negotiated program by the chamber. And so that's why the $100,000 as a business assistance program from the city side would be just under half.
So Councilmember Garcia, the intent is that, as Paul says, the 50% of the propane cost for up to 12 weeks for businesses, not just restaurants, but businesses complying with the state county guidelines, would be eligible for city reimbursement in an amount up to $100,000. Now, given these are public funds, and we obviously would be audited at the end of the year by our outside independent auditor, we may be eligible for reimbursement. There will be some specific standards and requirements for documentation that Ryan will work with Gina on. But as Paul indicated earlier, within those parameters, the chamber would be administering the program.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. First of all, I'm going to echo the one that Gina asked. Her understanding was this program would not be solely for restaurants, but for other types of businesses. Mr. Sloan, do we have a misunderstanding here?
There are currently other businesses that have K-Rail space now, like tasting rooms, for example, that are interested in that. The roundtables were specifically with the restaurant sector and all this, because that was something that needs to be addressed. And so it was specifically with restaurants, but if it's a program to be expanded beyond that, that's certainly something. What types of businesses need outside heating besides those categories?
That was my follow-up for Gina. What other businesses did you have in mind, Gina?
The tasting rooms and et cetera. It would also include businesses not just in the downtown area as well, I believe. I would assume that it would be somebody with a business license, somebody that falls within the city limits.
But essentially food and beverage anywhere in the city would qualify, right?
Correct.
Right. Okay, good. Then the question comes to mind is, how will we select who gets this discounted propane? Obviously, we don't have a big propane tank. We have to haul this stuff in. So how do we decide who gets what?
Excuse me, which business or which distributor we go with?
No. How do we decide which businesses will receive this service?
I believe that we would put parameters around the amount in which they would receive in response to the amount that they've spent. And anybody would qualify that falls within the city limits and has a license with the city.
Is it a first come, first served, or is it going to be prioritized like when we went through the CARES funds, mini grants?
I believe our initial conversation was that it would be over the course of a 3-month period. So we would need to allocate funds properly to ensure funds last for the entire 3 months. And I think looking at the overall math on it, that's why we would put the parameters. So in other words, if business A uses 50 gallons and business B uses 300 gallons, we would need to put parameters around that. So potentially we would only be able to refund up to X amount of gallons.
But Gina, I think what the mayor is asking is, if only 10 businesses apply, then likely they would be eligible for more. Whereas if 100 businesses apply, all 100 would be funded, but at a lower level. So it's not that we're going to prioritize as we did with the micro grants, but the amount of money available will depend upon how many people apply. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the more people who apply, the smaller the allocation per business.
Correct, unless we split the dollar amount in half and saw how long the dollars lasted. And at that point, potentially they would only last for up to 2 months. So the math that Paul's doing with the 50 businesses that he was at first looking at and the amount of propane that we assume they use, that's where we were able to put some parameters around that.
Okay,
but we would not limit it to chamber membership.
No. I wasn't implying that. I'm just.
I just want to clarify that.
I'm not making myself clear. If how can I simplify this? If I have 100 apples to give away and 101 people ask for them, how do I determine who gets the apples?
We find a way to make sure that we can give 101 apples away.
It sounds to me like the more people, the way it was explained a moment ago, the more people who apply, the smaller the maximum benefit each person could realize.
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I understood that.
Can I throw one more? Sorry, Mr. Mayor, sure. One more thing. After the city's assistance program, the budget is expended, the negotiated rate that the chamber has with the propane supplier would still be accessible to businesses. So even though it's better with the rate plus the subsistence from the assistance from the city, that would still be available afterwards.
So they would have a favorable rate because they are part of this consortium, even if they're paying 100% of the bill?
Of the negotiated rate, yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Now, $235,000 is not a figure to sneeze at. Not questioning its need, not questioning the value of it. Just wondering if is this going to be recorded and structured in such a way that if there is additional state and federal aid coming down the road later, it can be paid back? Or is this something once it's spent, it's on our backs, and if any money's coming to us, we'll have to spend it on something else?
Mr. Cornell, could you address that, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I guess it all depends on the grant parameters that the state or federal government will give on the second round to the city. So it depends on that. If the grant will allow us to retroactively include costs all the way back from March, then absolutely we could swap out general fund monies with this potential new grant. But a lot of times the grant does kind of put the limits on when expenses can be incurred.
And we'll be accounting for this in a way that's easy to identify where money was spent on this program.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And then it was mentioned before, Mr. Frucci, this is a lot of money going out to private businesses without getting into the political discussion about whether or not government should be supporting businesses. How do we make sure this is not construed as a gift of public funds?
So our city attorney will want to weigh in, but we can demonstrate that there is a definite public benefit from doing this. But it's also important that we work with the chamber to administer the program in such a way to ensure equity, to ensure we have the necessary documentation, that it's on a reimbursement basis, et cetera. And so we would work with the chamber to set those standards and set that process and make sure that the city attorney approves it before dispersing any funds.
Okay, and then probably for Gina and Paul both, I'm construing it as a marketing effort, the $75,000. Can you give me a little more detail on what that money would be used for? How is that going to be utilized?
Sure, I can speak to that. So it will be that will be some ongoing discussions, because that would be a budget which will allow us to pivot and be more flexible going forward. And that could be a number of things, as was noted. One of the things would be perhaps a campaign. We could leverage our funds with our stakeholder partners to promote a buy local campaign. Since in the absence of a lot of visitors, it'll be just to reach out to locals. As been mentioned, it's not a large amount of money, but similar to the relief grants that we use, CARES Act funds, we could do a very limited micro grant program. Also, if we were to look at the park dining program in the warmer season, it is very unlikely that we will have the same favorable financial conditions next year as we had this year, where all of the tables and chairs and things, for example, were donated, and we had sponsorships to cover those things. So there'll be costs for that most likely. And then beyond that, we would work very closely with our stakeholders to see what's the best way to use that. And that would be sort of like our fund to work with to see what's the best way to help everything recover.
So how will this be budgeted and expended? When will we see the details of what this money goes to?
So what had been proposed here was that in the fiscal year 2021-22, the budget development process, we could come back and we would report to you how things were used, and to see that it was used appropriately.
Okay, any further council questions?
Questions or comments, Mr. Mayor?
I've lost track. Have we done public comment on this?
I believe so.
Yes, sir, you did.
Thank you. Getting too old for this. Let's go for comments then. Let's go for discussion. Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion on this. I think it's appropriate. Again, if our businesses fail, the city's going to fail. As simple as that. I mean, at this point, I would like to see federal and state assistance because it's their demands that are kind of being forced upon our businesses. But at this point, I think it's good economic sense for our city to invest in our businesses that are trying to survive at this point in time. So, but doing it again in a proper way, and again, I would certainly make a recommendation to buy things. In other words, like the park infrastructure, the K-rail information, and we can get that and actually have something at the end of this road that we can use in the future. But yeah, I think, again, it's important that we move forward on something like this at this point in time. So I'm ready whenever you are, Mr. Mayor, for that.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead, John.
Well, I'd like to then go ahead and make a motion to adopt option 2, where we're going to invest in our parkland infrastructure with the $60,000 of K-rail. And I'm asking staff to look to purchase, not rent. And if it sounds like they can't do that economically, I'd like to have a report back on that. But that's the direction I would propose on this motion, to buy versus rent. And then also to assist propane heating assistance for outdoor dining, $100,000. And then economic recovery of $75,000, total of $235,000.
Could you put a contingency on that K-rail portion of the motion, purchase K-rail contingent upon locating storage?
Well, again, yes. I mean, if they think it is, I just know that we have a huge warehouse that we just purchased out there. And density-wise, all these K-rails stacked up are not going to take that much room. I mean, they're going to take some, yes, but I'm not too worried about that, Mr. Mayor, truly. And if nothing else, they can stay outside. We've got plenty of resources there out at the airport to store.
Very good. Is there a second to the motion?
I would like to add something, sir. Mr. Hammond, is it okay for the propane, instead of just outdoor dining, if we could put businesses like Gina and
yes,
propane
I mean,
heating for all businesses in city?
Totally agreed. And, I think that's important. Wherever it needs to be that would extend business outside, outdoors, under these COVID restrictions, I think that's appropriate use for the propane.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Hammond, seconded by Councilwoman Garcia. And let me just see if I understand the motion. We're going to authorize the city manager to implement the Business Assistance and Recovery Program for the amount of $235,000. The caveat on K-rails being purchase preferred, and then the other distributions as noted. And then, of course, staff comes back to council in the next budget year with process and results on this project. Is that correct, John?
Yes, sir. That's what I would motion.
Okay, discussions on the motion, Mr. Strong.
Yes, one of the questions I have is, this is a motion of not to exceed $235,000, correct?
Mr. Hammond?
That's fine, Fred. Yeah, again, if they're going to need more money, and I don't think we're really done here yet, we may have to talk about this again. We'll see how this is going to go. This is just a shot in the arm.
So far in this, it does have a not to exceed clause. And then further, I would do it, and I'll support it, but I'm going to urge that the staff take a direction or consider a direction that if there is a federal stimulus bill that's passed quickly that gives us funds before all of this is expended, that money be used before we get up to do any more of this money toward that $235,000.
Well, I think we could even talk and say that that if we do see some sort of CARES Act fund additional to the city, that we would repay general fund. I mean, back into the tax kitty, so to speak.
If that's permissible, yes, I'll agree.
Right. Yeah, what Ryan said, it may not be possible, but something like that to replenish our general fund.
But if it's not possible to replenish, at least we don't do any more general fund expenditures. If money comes in from the federal government, that can be used instead.
Agreed. Yeah, it's a lot of what ifs there, but yeah, we'll see how it goes forward.
Okay, I can support that.
So the motion is to recommend option 2, preferred purchase of hay rails, and then maximize the utilization of any additional CARES funds that come from state or federal sources. Also, no, that covers it because that includes recommendation 2. Any further discussion on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye, motion passes 4-0. Someone dial Mr. Gregory back in, please. Are you back with us, Steve?
Thank you. I'm here.
Excellent. Are we up for going on with item number 15? I'm going to take that as a yes. Item number 15, fiscal year 2021-22 budget process and timeline. Mr. Frucci.
Thank you, Your Honor. As the council knows, last year you approved only a one-year budget. So this time we're coming to you with a proposal for an approach and a timeline for the budget for fiscal year 21-22. As Mr. Cornell will indicate, we feel at this point that it is also appropriate to do just a one-year budget. But Ryan has both an overall approach as well as a specific timeline that he would like to propose to the council this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Frucci. Mr. Mayor and City Council, Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. As Mr. Frucci had said, that the City Council is required to adopt a comprehensive operating and capital budget to kind of authorize the receipt of revenues and authorize, guide, and direct city activities no later than June 30th of each year. And because there is such a significant amount of time and effort involved in the budget process, it is imperative that we start talking about this budget process and timeline for this next fiscal year now, really sooner than later, because it does take the 6 months to develop. As Mr. Frucci said, in prior years, the city generally did adopt a 2-year budget, and this kind of allows the city to better link long-term strategic plans with the financial planning process. But in spring of 2020, and because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the uncertainty of the duration, its impacts on the local economy, how fast it was going to take to recover, and all the like, it really kind of drilled down to 1 year kind of makes sense. And as Mr. Frucci had already mentioned, staff does recommend another 1-year budget. Doing a 1-year budget, right, there's pros and cons with it. One of the better pros is, during times of economical uncertainty, it is better to commit only 1 year's worth. It provides an easier opportunity to make changes to the current action. Additionally, another kind of curveball with this next budget cycle has to do with the consideration of the successor city manager. By the time they're likely to be hired, they won't have enough time to have significant influence on the budget development. And so by only doing a 1-year budget, it allows staff to adopt the budget for 21-22, but still be able to have the next city manager provide influence in a couple of years. Another change in this budget cycle from previous years is that we're trying to come up with a phased approach in this budget cycle. And the intention of doing a phased approach is more to try to break certain items into kind of bite-sized increments. Right, the budget is very large, it's very complex, it's very hard to understand. And so by trying to break out these phases, when appropriate, we're trying to maximize community and council involvement. And we think that it's really extremely important this year because we do need to kind of be careful balancing our near and long-term needs. There's also going to be a need to look at some city programs in more detail. but we need to do that without kind of sacrificing the big picture. So staff is recommending kind of this 3-phase approach, but each phase is not necessarily to be completed before the next, but kind of, again, to lead discussions and decision making. So the first phase is kind of the setting the stage. It includes a goal setting and vision workshop, likely in the middle of January. And then we kind of go into the long-term fiscal forecast and kind of really see where our revenues and where our expenditures are trending. The next phase 2, is kind of the bulk of it, but even the bulk of it, I'm just, again, trying to break down to the smaller pieces. And so some of those pieces, look at, is developing a J20 expenditure plan and developing a 5-year capital improvement program, and right, taking all these little pieces, and then, then the operation starts the latter half of the phase 2. But then at one point in time, or at some point in time, we need to bring all the pieces together, because it doesn't really make sense to come up with a 5-year capital improvement plan if we don't have the resources to support that. So the intent of phase 3 is to kind of bring all the little components together and get the budget adoption at or around June 15th. There is a more detailed and I think a better calendar in your staff report for review, but here are some highlighted dates for consideration. So sometime in the middle of January and the beginning of February, we're looking to kick off the overall budget process and have council provide direction.
Before you leave that, Ryan, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Mayor, members of the council, what our proposal is that we would bring back Nancy Hetrick, and you remember she's the one who did your last goal and vision setting, and we would bring her back because a lot has changed since the last time you did that, and we would pair that with some kind of a public input process. So we would do some kind of a informal poll or survey of residents and businesses in the community to give you input, since only, as you know, it would be very difficult to have a large group of people actually involved in the vision setting, since a lot of people won't do that virtually. So we would provide a lot of input to you, and she would work with you and us to develop the questions and get the information you want to hear back from the community on, and then run the kind of very explicit and helpful visioning process that she did for you 3 years ago. So if you have a different approach you'd like to see on that, please let us know. Sorry, Ryan.
No, thank you. So after the goal setting, and we're going to get into the first part of February, where I do want to present a 10-year forecast. I think that the forecast that I had conducted and presented to City Council last year was financially sound, and the principle of budgeting over the long term is the appropriate way to go. Unfortunately, we just had COVID that threw a huge curveball in the matter, and so I would like to try to get back to that long term, looking outward mindset, and then really come March 2nd, we hopefully by then we'll have more community surveys conducted, and we'll be able to share those results with City Council. Kind of really start getting into the nitty-gritty of how we're going to implement some of the goals and objectives that City Council develops come mid-January, and then really start the stage or really provide the direction to city staff to develop this budget. And then take about 6 weeks for staff to get the numbers together and something to present as a kind of a preliminary budget session at the end of April. Kind of breaking that into 2 segments of general fund, and then breaking out a second one on May 5th of the enterprise fund and some capital project budgets. We also do have the first meeting in June that's not currently slated for any sort of budget discussion. We also have a 5th Tuesday in June too that we could push to if further meetings or discussions is necessary. But as of right now, the game plan, as staff recommends, is that the budget would be adopted in that second regular meeting in June. And Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation for this evening. Again, staff is really looking to look for direction and thoughts and feelings of the budget process. And as Mr. Fritchie said, if there's any details or anything in between that you want to make sure that the city staff addresses, now would be a perfect opportunity to do such. But then also realize that there's still meetings in January and February and March that will allow city council input and community input before really we get into the meat of the budget process. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Council questions of staff, please. Mr. Hammond.
Not really, Mr. Mayor. I'm good at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Strong.
Yes, I do have one, and actually it might be a question for the IT manager rather than for Ryan. But based upon other meetings I've been in where there have been as many as 55 people in them, Zoom works a whole lot better than Teams. And I know that I have a Zoom license for myself, and they're relatively cheap for up to 200 people in a meeting and for many hours of the meetings. Could we use Zoom for that public input so that we can have more public participation where we actually can see each other and can interact? Is IT still here?
I am here, yes. Sorry, I wasn't sure if you wanted a direct response. So yes, Zoom is an option, and there are other ways to use Teams. We deliberately set it up this way for council meetings, not for a workshop. So if you wanted to do more of a workshop, we would do it a different way.
Okay, and that was my question, because I like the idea of having the goal setting and having the public input, and obviously in the current pandemic situation, it's not going to be the same process. And that's why even having that our same facilitator, I'm not sure how we're going to use the facilitator. So I'd want to explore that more if I could.
Yeah, we would definitely want to look into that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Garcia.
No question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, Ryan, I got a couple questions for you. Who is the advisory group that you're mentioning in one of your slides there for the April timeline?
That's actually a past practice that the city has conducted of whenever there's a specific department that has an advisory board. For example, the Parks and Rec Commission, usually I think Julie provides the Parks and Rec Commission the recreations budget and goals for the next upcoming year, and kind of receives feedback from them.
So that's a process for feedback from that portion of the community who's interested in recreation?
Yeah, correct. It's a more targeted, specific body that's going to have thoughts and opinions on a specific department's budget.
And Mr. Gregory, I believe the library board also has in its bylaws that the council approved the opportunity to provide input not only to staff, but also to the council if appropriate on the library budget.
I like that idea. Okay, good. So my other question, Ryan, for you is, how are you going to do any kind of a long-term forecast when we don't know where the heck we're going to be next year with the COVID and the way we're going right now?
Yeah, that's definitely relying on a lot of information from outside sources. But I think that the general consensus with the community or economics is that with the vaccine being delivered to the general public summer of next year, that right around summer of Q3 of next year, we should have the virus under control and economic activity somewhat back to normal. And so it's just that, right? It is an assumption. It's not going to be perfect. Obviously, it's not going to be perfect, but it is going to be staff's best guess. And the way the data is currently showing is we thinking that the best guess is only going to really impact fiscal year 21-22. There might be some recovery issues after that, but the majority of that should be well in the past.
And I don't know if this question is related to this conversation or not, but when are we going to have like a recap meeting of where we're at in our current budget with our COVID activities going on?
Absolutely. So that's slated for the next actually council meeting on January 19th. for a mid-year update report.
And will we have our goal setting or community meeting the Saturday after that?
I'm not sure if the date has been set yet. I'll have to check with Shauna, who's been working with Nancy Hetrick to try to coordinate with council calendars and Nancy's calendar.
So just for, I think it's really important that we have that information, I believe, to have that conversation or meeting. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other council questions, we'll go to public comment. I see no one lined up to make comment on this item, so I will close public comment, bring it back to council for discussion and recommendation. Mr. Hammond.
Again, I would go with staff recommendation to direct staff to conduct multi-phase, but I have no further comment on it. I'm ready for a motion.
Make that a motion?
Yeah, if you like, let's go ahead and just say that, make a motion to direct staff to conduct a multi-phase budget development and adoption process that fully addresses the city's near and long-term fiscal realities and includes a spending plan for Measure J20 revenues.
I have a second.
That's general enough that I'll second it.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Strong. A discussion on the motion?
Yes, I think we should include that we have the result for our current budget year prior to goal setting meeting with the public on the budget.
You want to add that, John?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that's just another tool to getting things correct. I would assume that we should have that automatically. Yeah.
Okay. We'll make that explicit. Are you good with that, Fred?
Well, yeah, that's fine. I think we could use that just as council suggestion to staff on implementation, but we can make it part of the motion.
Very good.
Part of my concern still is the use of our facilitator, that we're not going to have an in-person meeting, so all that beautiful work on drawings and everything, it's going to be difficult in a Teams or Zoom meeting. But I'd like us to really have more information on how she's actually going to function to facilitate before we spend the money to hire her.
Absolutely fine, Councilmember Strong, or through the mayor, we will provide that information to council as soon as we pin it down. We have a detailed discussion with her, I believe, tomorrow or Thursday.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 16, election of Mayor Pro Tem, assignment of council members to regional bodies, ad hoc committees, and as liaisons to advisory bodies, as we discussed at our last meeting, probably the meeting before the last.
Mr. Mayor, I believe that's item 17. Don't we have to do the tax oversight committee bylaws first?
We just did 15.
Now 16 is supplemental sales tax oversight committee bylaws.
It's number 16, Steve.
Well, I'm looking at the live agenda provided to me, and number 16 is the election of Mayor Pro Tem. Let me go over to the other one.
Which agenda is correct?
Mr. Mayor, number 16 was the one I suggested that is not time urgent. So depending upon the course of the meeting, if you wanted to postpone that, you certainly could. And maybe your agenda, you already made that change. That's totally up to the mayor or the council's choice.
I'm looking at the one that's posted online, which is different from my live agenda. So item 16 is supplemental sales tax oversight committee bylaws. Does the council want to delay that to a future meeting? That could go for quite a long time.
I'm good with letting it go.
I'm sorry, say it again, John.
That's fine with me then. Fine.
I'm good for letting it go on to the next meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Could I have a motion to reschedule this for the next meeting?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Strong to re-agendize this at our next meeting. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. If I'm on the right agenda now we are at the election of mayor pro tem, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
Council members serve on various bodies, up to 30 different organizations that we have representatives and liaisons to. The last time we discussed this, I asked any council person who would like to have an assignment change to let me know. The only assignment change that I'm aware of at this point in time is that our Main Street representatives, Councilman Strong and Councilwoman Garcia, will be swapping roles, where Councilwoman Garcia was the primary representative and Councilman Strong was the backup. He's going to be the primary. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Are there any other changes that anyone would like to make in committee assignments? If not, I entertain a motion.
Hammond is good with what you had proposed, Mr. Mayor. So,
okay.
Also move, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I have a comment.
We'll get to discussion. I'm going to say Councilman Hammond made the motion. Councilman Strong seconded it. We have discussion on the motion. Mr. Gregory.
So I'm sorry, I have a few minor requests.
Okay.
I need to be an alternate for the Homeless Oversight Committee.
Okay, we've been functioning that way, but we can make that permanent. So let's add that to the list of changes.
And Mr. Mayor, please make sure you take public input before you have discussion on this item.
Thank you. So let's open to public comment. I can't tell anymore. I don't think I have any public comment. So we'll bring it back to the council. We do have a motion in a second. Now we can have our conversation. So we have the changes proposed for the Main Street reps, and Mr. Gregory and I will swap roles on the Homeless Services Committee. If there are no further changes, I'm assuming the maker of the motion, the second, are okay with that addition?
Yes.
I have something.
Yes, sir.
I was just going to make a note that under groundwater sustainability agencies, we actually, I think you and I, Mr. Mayor, are on both Paso Basin and Atascadero Basin. There's two of them there. And right. I'm assuming you're still wanting to be the same on that. So, yeah, I'm the primary and you're the alternate. So,
yes.
No problem. Thank you.
Was there further discussion, Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, sir. I was wondering if on the Chamber of Commerce, if you and I could swap.
Okay.
I'd like to participate more in that.
So the chamber, and this is going to sound prideful, I don't mean it to be. The chamber usually wants the mayor there to give a presentation, but I'm happy to alternate with you if you'd like.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll make sure that you're more heavily involved in that this next year, okay, Maria?
Okay, and then a second one is on the Cuesta College. If I could, I would like to get more involved with that as well.
Okay. I'll make sure you're tied in on that one too.
Okay, those are my only two.
Very good. If there are no further changes, we have a motion with the, we'll work it out for Maria on those two items, but the official liaisons are as stated with the changes in homeless services oversight and Main Street. Did I miss any? I'm going to take that as a no. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Now we have the election of Mayor Pro Tem. And what I will do is I will open the floor for nominations for Mayor Pro Tem, and we will take it from there. So I'll open the floor. Are there any nominations for Mayor Pro Tem?
Mayor Martin, this is Steve Gregory. I'd like to nominate John Hammond for Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay. I don't think nominations require a second, but I thank you for that.
Okay.
Are there any further nominations? Okay. I have a motion and a second to appoint John Hammond as the Mayor Pro Tem. Can we have a roll call vote, please? Do we need to take public comment on this?
Yes, you should just confirm to see if
Thank
there's anybody that would like to make public
I
comment.
was rushing through it. So we will officially open it for public comment. I don't think we have anybody waiting to speak. We will close public comment. Now ask for a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
I'll serve, basically be getting pushed into this a little bit after 14 years. But yeah, I'll be happy to serve. Thank you. Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. And John, I suppose this is the appropriate time to tell you I'm planning on taking a 6-month vacation. So,
We need to have a. We need to have
By
a
the way,
meeting.
Councilman Strong also votes aye. Even though
yeah,
we're going to talk about that.
I realize under COVID restrictions, I can't go anywhere, so I'm just going to stay at home and listen to the meetings if that's okay.
All right. Okay.
Congratulations, Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you all for offering to serve on these committees again. I know it's very time consuming, but it's very important. Okay, if I'm on the right track, we are at item number 18, current council committee activities and reports. Mr. Hammond.
The other one I had the other day, this Monday, was actually the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. Gave a report on our actions. Talked a lot about last Thursday. Every one of them were happy with our decision to try to make our businesses survive best as possible with the restrictions we have to still live with. So that was the main topic there. Nothing else further. I think we did have I had airport advisory or airport commission, which I've actually missed because that was during our Thursday night. This was with them for a little bit. Then I came to our meeting Thursday night and never got back to them. But other than that, I don't think we had anything else to report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Strong.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I got a number of things. First of all, the only meeting that I really fully attended was Main Street, and that was a very interesting meeting, so I'm going to have an extensive report on that. A lot of the discussion was on the COVID-19 and the businesses. One of the things that came up there in the discussion was a number of businesses who were present indicated that they had already had state visitors come to them, and actually in one case it was a partnership, and without identifying who they were exactly, they split up the two partners, took them into separate rooms, and questioned them for up to almost an hour on their full operations and how they were functioning. And only after this questioning, which almost seemed like an interrogation, they were brought back in and told them, congratulations, you both had the same answers and you're functioning properly. And they identified themselves as from the ABC. So evidently the state is already looking into some of our own businesses. So I would urge our businesses to be careful and for all of you to understand that the state is not just ignoring Paso Robles. So let's be cautious on what we do. Also, we heard in our committee reports from Chris Bausch on the Paso Robles School District. And that's where he gave the information that they're looking at possibly consolidating some of their schools and possibly closing some campuses or selling off the properties because they have a declining enrollment. And if that is the case, they are going to propose possibly using some of those sites as workforce housing for teachers and for employees who don't make enough money to support themselves very well in our current economy here in Paso Robles. And they're looking to the city of Paso Robles to possibly go along with them on some of this so that we can participate with some of our land adjacent to theirs. I think they're looking at some of our parkland, which they think might be excessive in one or two areas that could be used in part for this, and also to build workforce housing for some of our own employees who might not be able to survive in this economy the way it's going right now. So just something to keep in mind for the future, and a heads up to our own staff that may be coming up. The budget matter came up at their meeting. They are starting to expend their own meager reserves, which are not anywhere near as good as ours. And for that reason, I'm going to propose too that at our next meeting, one of the agenda items be to restore the funding for Main Street Chamber and Wine Country Alliance for the second half of the year, now that we did get J20 passed. And that, I think, was one of the considerations we were looking at. So that will relieve some of the pressure on our total budget, so that it might be able to stand that little bit of extra money for them, which really isn't a whole lot, but they are our partners in so much of this COVID-19 thing that I would hope that we can restore their funding at the next meeting, or at least consider it. Main Street, in the meantime, is holding a vintage style VW bus cooler on wheels loaded with beer and wine drawing, and they're asking for a donation to get tickets for that, so that they can restore some of their budget and meet some of their expenses. So I think that's pretty much it, except, oh yes, I did learn from one of my national organizations that the presumptive next president of the United States, I believe he was voted into by the by the Electoral College just yesterday, President-elect Joe Biden is naming Pete Buttigieg as the transportation secretary in his administration. And Buttigieg was one of his rivals for the nomination originally, and a former mayor. And since I'm working as transportation chairman in a national organization and another transportation committee for a second national organization, I'm looking forward to hopefully having somebody who has had local experience be more generous to us at the city level in how they help fund our infrastructure here. So with that, I think I pretty much got it covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Garcia.
Well, sir, there was no library meeting this month, and I've been getting calls. I just wanted to let the rest of the council members know that Atascadero is going to be putting together a diversity group, and they want us to collaborate with the mayor's diversity group. So we've been talking, and they want to start doing that in 2021. So I wanted to let you guys know that I have been talking to that group, and my CAPSLO meeting is on Thursday. So that's all I have to report right now, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before you move on, I did make the request that at our next meeting, we have bring back that budget item for restoring the second half of the year funding for those three organizations. Can I get a consensus from the council for that to be on the agenda, please? Or see if there is a consensus?
I was the council. Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I talked about that with Gina today too. I would like to hear that at our next meeting. I guess it's first meeting in January, which would be the third week.
Mr. Mayor, if I could make a proposal.
Yes, please.
We know we have demands on our budget that vastly exceed the resources available. One of the things we've been trying to avoid is piecemealing, because we feel it's absolutely imperative the council have virtually all the requests in front of it when you make your decisions, so you can effectively prioritize. That's one of the reasons that the budget process is starting so early, so we can get to that kind of a discussion relatively early in the process. But if we do it at your first meeting in January, which is already an overloaded meeting, we will not have had the opportunity to have any other requests or proposals or ideas in front of you. So I would ask that you give us a little bit of flexibility. We appreciate your desire to bring that back to the council as quickly as possible, but we certainly can, if once the council decides, make it any decision retroactive to January 1st. So we'd vastly prefer that we bring that to you at the appropriate point in your deliberations.
Well, but Mr. Mayor, this was not a discussion of next year's budget. We still have half of this year's budget to go. And that's why I wanted it back in January, because we will already be into a month that they're not being funded.
So the Main Street has, last time I checked, well over $100,000 in reserves to withstand short-term cash flow needs. And you're absolutely right, it is the remainder of this year, but the intent of the council created a subcommittee to Mayor Martin and at that point Mayor Pro Tem Gregory to meet with each of the stakeholder groups to determine the relationship and the contracts between the city and those entities going forward. And the mayor was very clear with them that regardless of whether Measure J20 passed or not, because of the pandemic and other pressures on the city, we're in a new world. So we want to provide an absolute opportunity for both the stakeholder groups and the city council to decide, okay, if we're going to have a contract going forward, is it for the same kinds of activities that we had in the past? Is it for something different? Are we going to have metrics and performance standards in the contracts? The intent was very clear. If the council was going to renew the contracts for the remaining 6 months, it wouldn't just be a rubber stamp of what we had before. It would give both the stakeholder groups and the council an opportunity to discuss and reconsider what the relationship would be.
Well, then I have a question. Have we terminated their contracts as of December 31st?
The council approved contracts that ran from July 1st through December 31st. And we pay Main Street and the Chamber in monthly amounts. So it was the 6 month total divided by 6 each month. And I believe we pay Wine Country Alliance in quarterly segments. So it was the 6 months divided by 2, paid once each quarter.
So let me suggest that Steve and I meet with the different groups again now that J20 is passed and we're turning the corner on this year, and we can bring back our discussions with them at the next meeting to prep us for the budget process.
Can that be brought with consideration for completing a contract with them for the balance of this year's budget too?
I would think that would be dependent on what how our conversations went.
Well, I said,
Yes,
one of the options. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
The agreement could be retroactive to January 1st if that's what the council chooses. Absolutely.
Council okay with that?
Can I make a comment on that, Steve?
Go ahead, Steve.
So we haven't even had our review for the fourth quarter yet.
Right.
We're going to get that on the next council meeting. So I think as long as it's retroactive, if we decide to go ahead with that, that we should push that off, because we have to listen. We have to do the budget, and we have to do the review of the budget for the remaining part of the year. And we're taking a serious hit right now. Believe it or not, December is one of the best months of the year, and we're not going to see any TOT or sales tax out of that, very minimal. So I think we need to review those documents before we agree to continue our donation to those organizations.
I agree, and I think that makes it even more important that you and I have ongoing conversations with these folks to make sure that everybody knows, what page we're on financially. But I would suggest that between now and January 19th.
Question, Mr. Mayor, for Ryan. Ryan, typically, our third meeting or third week in January, we won't probably not have our sales tax reports from the state at that point, would we? for the last quarter of this year?
Councilmember Hammond, we would have 5 months worth of actual sales tax data received by then. So even though we won't necessarily know how the last quarter of last fiscal year went as far as specifics and as far as business detail and how each industry group did perform individually, but overall we should know the direction of the overall trend of the sales tax. But absolutely right. I mean, I think you guys are all on point with this, that with this most recent lockdowns and stay-at-home orders, there is going to be a little bit of an unknown knowing of what this most recent lockdown has done to the economy.
So, yeah, Mr. Mayor, my druthers is definitely get it calendared as soon as we can with regard to hearing this item, as soon as we have appropriate information to make a decision, of course. But
right.
I don't want it to just be pushed back and not addressed. That was my
yeah. Okay, so Steve, let's you and I plan on making those meetings so at least we can lay some groundwork for the next round.
Yes, sir. I'm ready anytime.
Okay. Council reports, Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, I got a chance to go visit the First Step facility opening at Motel 6 with Wendy Lewis and Tom, what was the name of the young lady from Haslo? Is it Elaine?
Yes, sir, but I don't remember her last name. I'm sorry. It's the first time I'd met her.
And so we were meeting there, and Jeff was there also, and I believe they opened that night. So it's functioning well. We're filling beds. We have they're integrating. I think we should have a presentation probably by Wendy, but I think we should have the city staff invite her to explain what they're doing. But they have a 3-program level that they're doing there now that's a little different than their ECHO operation in Tascadero, and I think it'd be very interesting for the council and the public to hear about it. So as we have time in future meetings, I think it'd be appropriate to invite her back for a presentation, but very exciting. It's operating very successfully already, and things are positive in that arena. The other thing, I met with Supervisor Pashang. We had a lot of discussion about the COVID and the purple tier, and he and I discussed the repaving of Jardine Road, I believe is today. I remember that. I heard that from Ditas are starting. So we have Dry Creek Road and Jardine all wrapped up before the end of the year. And Supervisor Pashang is willing and ready to help in any way he can for the city of Paso Robles. And we'll continue to work together to hopefully get things moving and fix problems that come across and deal with issues and be as supportive as we can for them, and he will for us. So, and my last comment would be I'm going to continue to be supportive of our local businesses at all levels and all areas of the city of Paso Robles, and thank the citizens of Paso Robles for their incredible support and just unbelievable kindness. We saw a lot of that last week after the meeting, and these people are moral fabric of makeup of our community. They provide taxes, and it's important for us to continue to support our businesses. And I appreciate all the citizens of Paso Robles that are in there helping. And with all due respect, it's important to stay healthy and do what's good for each other, but also be supportive. So thank you.
Thank you. For me, I attended virtually, of course, the State of North County event put on by the Atascadero Chamber and our own Paso Robles Chamber. The theme was Reimagine Your Business. So I did a Twilight Zone theme on my talk and took everybody through the reimagination zone, which seemed to go over pretty well. Also attended virtually the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, the Channel Counties Division of League of California Cities Executive Board. We're going to be bringing State Senator Laird in to talk with us. Also, we'll be reestablishing our monthly meeting of San Luis Obispo County mayors, and he will also be addressing them. I attended the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, took part in the elected's phone call with the report of the rising COVID stats. It really is kind of alarming. We need to keep our eye on that. Attended the chamber mixer, and replied to about 200 emails. So it's been a busy week. Do we have any other business before the council tonight?
Yes, sir. It has been a very challenging year, a very different year. And Shauna Hauenstein put together kind of a look at the year in review. And if the council would like, given this is your last scheduled meeting of the year, we would like to run this by you tonight and the community.
Excellent. Let her go.
We're having technical difficulties with the sound. So unless we get the sound back pretty soon, we'll post it on YouTube with the sound. Shauna did all that, and what it really also does is encapsulates and summarizes all the work she's done over the past year in working with the community, running our social media program, getting input from the community, doing surveys, making sure the community has the right information about what's going on, because she hears about things where people have misinterpreted. And that's one of the things we find, that in some cases it's not what the community doesn't know, it's what the community knows that's wrong, not through their fault, but just the way things get communicated. So I'm really disappointed that you couldn't hear it, because Sean did a great job on it, and we'll give you the YouTube link so you can watch it on YouTube. But it's also a thank you to the community, a thank you to staff and the council, and a thanks to Shauna for giving us this overview of the year that was.
It looks spectacular. Can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, great work, Shauna, and we appreciate all you do for the city. You're one of those people that works so hard behind the scenes, and people don't really realize how hard you do work. I just want you to know that by the time I got to the April slide, I was exhausted. So.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of work there. Appreciate it, Shauna.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay, if there's nothing else to come before the council, upcoming events, Planning Commission meeting is going to be Tuesday, December 22nd, 6:30 p.m. Senior Citizen Advisory Commission meeting Monday, January the 11th, 1:30 p.m. Planning Commission meeting Tuesday, January the 12th at 6:30 p.m. And our City Council regular meeting Tuesday, January the 19th at 6:30 p.m. The deadline for submitting items for the regular meeting on Tuesday, January 19th is Wednesday, January the 6th. And I just want to say on behalf of the City Council and our staff and everybody at the city, to all the folks in our community, Merry Christmas, very Happy New Year, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, whatever your celebration is. We hope you have a very nice holiday season. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Ditto, Mr. Mayor, and move we adjourn.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Hammond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year all. Take care. Thank you for your hard work.
Happy Christmas.
Happy New Year.
Bye, guys. Feliz Navidad.